Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, so you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, so you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Hello everyone and welcome to day number 2 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, where by the end of this week we will know which team is going to Brazil to represent APAC in the Global Game Changers Championships. Before we get there, I'm your host Jenny Reirachu, and with me on the desk is the lovely, as always, Raf. We kind of running it back to the old Reirachu combo, but I'm very happy to have you with me today.
Oh yeah, I mean, yes, you know, it feels like it's been a lifetime since I've joined you on the desk personally, and it's always been a good time. And you already mentioned it, you know, vying for a slot for Brazil. I wish I was going to Brazil. That'd be a very, very nice esport FSL game changer / vacation, if anything. Wink, wink. You know,
Manifest it. You know,
manifesting. You know, I feel like there's a lot of that, but before manifesting, there was also a lot of preparation. I think just before this event, there was quite a big gap for a lot of our teams. And what really surprises me the most is that there's still a few roster changes, which is, to me, again, interesting this late in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's just kind of one of the unfortunate things about the Game Changer circuit, right? Like pretty much in between every single open, every single competition, even before Elite, as you mentioned, we had like Margot announcing her retirement a few weeks ago online, and then GE Phoenix also with those roster changes. I think we're gonna take a look at the roadmap. That's the one. That's it, guys. Yes. On your screens, this is the journey that all of the teams had to take to make it to where they are today. We've had stage 1 open, where we had open 1, open 2, open 3 from March up until July, and then we had the last chance qualifiers last month, August, September as well, to get the last 7th and 8th place teams into Elite, where we are right now, stage 3 Elite. We've got our 8 teams, and by the end of this week, only one team is gonna make it out to punch their ticket through to Brazil.
Oh, you mentioned it, you know, it's been quite a journey for every single one of these teams. It's been a long year, and I can't believe it's already been so many months since we started with Open 1, and we've seen so many of these teams also kind of go into their own, I guess, flourish. And, well, you know, I guess the elephant in the room is SMG, who's been on a tear this whole year. I don't think they've dropped a series just yet. They did drop one map, but that's still incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. It just really seems like, you know, they're coming into this, they come into every competition so prepared, so full of confidence. They're definitely the team to beat for this week. But those are the 8 qualified teams on your screens. Of course, if you've been paying attention to the circuit for this year, you're gonna recognize a lot of these names. And this is what the teams are playing for this week. There's a total prize pool of $35,000 US. We've bumped up that prize pool quite a bit. You know, it's Elite, the stakes are higher, the prize pool is pretty darn bigger too, and first place is going to take home a whopping $12,000 US, and the rest of the prize pool, you know, it's pretty sweet as well. As long as you make it to Elite, you're leaving with at least $1,000. I mean, whew.
That's true. I mean, you know, as you mentioned, nobody's leaving our Elite stage empty-handed, and just a quick gander at our brackets. I feel like yesterday was just another day in the office for quite a few of our teams here. Just a little unfortunate for both our LCQ teams. And I say that because Nyx Kiyose has the greatest logo known to the universe. Look at Fifi. What a wonderful dog.
Yeah, she they have the best logo, at least, you know, in our very unbiased opinion for Elite. We saw a couple of good ones for LCQ as well. There were a couple of, like, you know, cute dog ones, there as well as like capybaras here and there, but you know, that was the schedule. Yesterday, I think pretty much as expected results from day number 1. We did see 2 2-0s in yesterday's 2 best of 3 series, but today, however, we are starting off the day with GE Phoenix going up against FULLSENSE, and then later on in the day we will see RRQ playing Scythe and WJ. And I don't know, man. I have a feeling today's series, there's also a good chance I feel like 2-0, but there's also a chance for a 2-1 to sneak in here and there, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be incredibly competitive, especially with our first series here. Global Esports Phoenix has been one of those teams that's been really really been gritty and very resilient. I feel like they've gone through, or if I'm not mistaken, they've gone through yet another roster change. Albeit just one person swapped out. I don't think I can say it just yet. You know, I don't want to spoil the audience, but again, I feel like it's still gonna be a decently competitive series all across the board. But knowing the teams like FULLSENSE and obviously Kaguya, they're gonna be very, very firepower oriented. They're gonna be trying to run through the competition.
Absolutely. I think that FSL did post the rosters like as a teaser a few days ago, so I think we can talk about it. But this time around for Elite, guys, we've got a special treat for y'all. We've got snazzy video intros for both of these teams. And there you have it, friends. The lineup of FULLSENSE: Sapphire, Alyssa, Baby TZ, Ginny, Muffin, as well as Polly. And these girls, I mean, they ended Open 1, 5th and 6th, Open 2, they came back, they ended in 2nd, Open 3rd, you know, they were finally beaten by RRQ. RRQ got the better of them, and so they ended Open 3 in 3rd. This time around for Elite, you know, they've got a lot to prove because they have to prove that they can not only beat SMG if they want to make it to Brazil, they also need to get the better of RRQ, who just bested them a month ago. So they've got a lot on their plate this time around, and we'll have to see.
That is true, and if I'm not mistaken too, last year I think it was this roster who upset the Alter Ego roster. If I'm not mistaken, again, I'm getting a little old here, guys, a little advanced at the age, so I might get some of those memories jumbled. So they definitely have that edge when it comes to FULLSENSE. They have that X factor, especially during Elite times. But again, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be looking to make it back to the Global Game Changers Championships. And now, guys, we've got the video for GE Phoenix coming right up. GE Phoenix this time around with the roster of Bela, Kiri, Meow16k, Muffin Loop, and Rose. And that roster swap that you're talking about, Raf, oh.
I could be wrong.
I think, I feel like they didn't update the photo for this one. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Amy playing today.
Perhaps, but in any case, right, like, I gotta say, a little off topic, but the jerseys have been looking so good for both these teams, really. I feel like we haven't seen like the jerseys in a while, and you know, we kind of miss them a little bit. I would love to have new jerseys. I'm just saying.
Oh,
but...
I get it. This is just the shout out where you're like, gee, send us jerseys. I see. I
like your jerseys, you know.
You're a genius.
That's true, and we're always repping the merch here anyway for, you know, our official circuit. Of course, I'm repping the one from the Philippines. He has the Tokyo Masters one, if I'm not mistaken.
We're carrying the tradition like that, you know, all the talent on day one set where they're all like, they had 4 different jerseys. Mika's was like the best. I love the white. That was the lock-in one, I think, from earlier this year, the rainbow logo. Oh, that one is the nicest. I don't have that one. Man, I need to ask Mika if she wants to do like a hoodie swap.
Like a swap?
Yeah.
Like a hoodie swap.
By the way, this is very like biased caster of you to like be repping the PH. You know, we're doing like the region thing.
Yeah, but I'm not from the Philippines. I'm from Cebu. You know, okay, that's a bit of an inside joke, but No, guys. Okay, don't. It's a joke.
Get out of
Cebu is
here.
in the Philippines. Don't get confused. But again, to refocus on our lovely players today, it's gonna be Global Esports Phoenix versus FULLSENSE. And I think you might be correct here, Reirachu. I think there might be a swap out. We're just not sure who it's gonna be swapping out for in the side of Global Esports Phoenix. But either way, I'm really curious how Global Esports have prepared for this matchup specifically, because FULLSENSE can be such a suffocating team to play against. Hopefully they have that much more firepower to, again, just kind of win out those duels and give them extra leverage.
Absolutely. And talking about G Phoenix, right? So they managed to squeak into Elite in, I believe it was 6th place. So they did not have to play in the last chance qualifiers last month. So if it is going to be Amy in for Bela today, you know, the teams kind of had a bit of a longer time to prepare for Elite with Amy on their roster. But interestingly enough, because for Elite, this is the first time this year that all the 8 teams don't need to play in that Swiss group stage, so they don't have that 6 best of 3 like warm-up week before the main competition starts. So I feel like this maybe might work against them with this, like, you know, last minute roster change, but we will see. You know, I mean, it's all up in the air. We don't know how that will turn out just yet, but what we do know is the map selection for series number 1. It's going to be Breeze, Haven, and if it does go to that 3rd map behind, what do we think? I know, like, Breeze is, oh my god, Breeze.
I love Breeze.
Breeze is such a question mark because, like, you know, Breeze has been out of the pool. We've had, like, the changes to Breeze. We're just gonna see new Breeze today for both of these teams, and we don't really have a lot of stats for either of these teams. How do we feel, Raph?
You know what? I feel like, as long as we have Ascent out of the way, it is a great thing. You know what? Get out Ascent. This is fine. This map veto is fine. I feel like they're gonna be a lot of defaulting and pretty much sizing up the competition, especially on the first 2 maps, because Breeze, even in its newest iteration, is still a very aim duel map, or rather aim heavy map. Me personally, I don't like the change towards Bridge. I think they should have just kept that open still, because it feels like the attack on A is gonna be a bit more bottleneck, but we'll have to see which team is going to kind of circumvent that type of weakness and, again, problem on this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I mean, aim dually, but just kind of like less aim dually than it was in the past. The thing, though, I think a lot of the Game Changers teams are very willing to pick those aim dually maps. I think like New Breeze, there's just so many more corners. It's a bit more fair in that sense, especially, you know, as you're talking about in front of A. So we will see. I'm super hyped to see Breeze, just because we haven't seen all that much of it from Game Changers from this year. But if map 2 on Haven, however, that's going to be pretty much the playground of both of these teams. I think it's the most played by FULLSENSE and one of the top most played from GE Phoenix as well. They've both played it around like 10 to 15 times at least in the playoffs circuit for this year. So definitely a map that both of these teams are exceedingly comfortable on. And I just love, like, you know, map 1, it's going to be new map-ish. How are they going to do? And then map 2, it's like home ground. Both of these teams should absolutely have all their strats prepped. So I'm excited for this best of 3 series.
That's true, and if we ever get to a map 3, it's going to be completely different to how you approach those 2 maps. Again, there's just a little more emphasis, or actually just comp-wise, you know, we've seen the rise of having no Sentinel on Bind, and maybe we're going to be seeing that today too. But I feel like we might just be getting too ahead of ourselves here. Me personally, I guess. Breeze, do you have any like expectations for Breeze? Do you have any agents you would want to see on Breeze?
Oh my god,
He's gonna say Neon.
Oh my god. I was gonna say Neon. I know. No, I'm just sad. You know, the Neon is like used to be meta on Fracture, and then, like, you know, she's kind of been like phased out a bit. The problem with Neon is that literally the other team just has to pick Cypher, and then you just can't entry ever. Like, if you just ever pop the Cypher on that side, it's just unplayable. So yeah, I think that the Breeze changes like open up a lot more options this time around. We are going to jump into Agent Select very quickly, but what are you expecting to see for Breeze?
I feel like Reina, I might be a little biased here too because I'm a Reina
Yes.
player. Reina's always fun to see. I think Reina's actually viable on Breeze because you can snowball quite a bit. And pardon me, I kind of want to go the other way too. I want to see a little bit of Deadlock. I think Deadlock is so difficult to use because of just her inherent design, but I feel like she might have a place on Breeze. Don't quote me on that though. I might be spreading some misinformation on the internet, but because we haven't seen Deadlock. We've barely seen
That's
Deadlock
true.
at, all,
I
at
think
the
it's a-
highest level of play.
I think, yeah, I 100% agree with you that I believe Deadlock is so underrated, especially in competitive play. Like, I really want to see Deadlock being picked more. It's a bit hard because you have to like have synergy with the rest of the composition. You can't really just like pick Deadlock alone,
Yeah.
And I think for Breeze, like the wall, I feel like it's maybe not. It's a bit smaller than you would like for a lot of the spots for A and B, but I'm not sure. If we saw that, I would be hyped. I mean, it's not like she's useless.
I don't know. She's a bit of a meme, but that's what I kind of want to see. I want to see teams prove everybody wrong and say that Deadlock is actually a viable pick. Instead of just being a meme pick. But
Have you ever ended up in like a clutch situation 1v1 versus a Deadlock before? Because that happened to me once, and she had her ult up, and I was like, well, this is just unplayable. She just literally ulted my face, and I was like, right, I'm gonna just hang out and chill for a couple seconds till I die. Like, like no one can shoot me down from this dumbass cocoon. Yeah, it was the worst. I would love to see that happen to someone else, but for me personally, like as a player experience, not the best.
it's one of those things where, like, in this specific situation, Deadlock is going to make you tear your hair out, and she's gonna be very, very annoying. But other than that, I feel like she does kind of need a little bit of a partner in crime when it comes to the Sentinel duties. Again, there's just so many ways to play around her. But, just kind of, again, thinking about the agent composition we're going to have, I feel like we're probably going to have something a little more default. Like you mentioned, the Cypher is probably going to come out and play. Viper is probably going to be there. Sky, definitely. I think it's really just the other two that's a little bit of a question mark. Maybe we're going to see a Sova. I don't think Sova on Breeze is bad. I don't think he's necessarily great either, but he definitely has his uses. And I think the duelists in question, I think Raze is always good no matter what map, honestly. I think Neon still would be fine,
Yes.
question mark.
I think
Jet.
I think Jet, of course, like Jet is so nice to play in mid for Breeze. I think like Sky just has so much utility as well. She does give a bit more than maybe some of the other agents because her flash is so useful in mid, whereas like her dog, to entry on either side is pretty dang good. This could be the bias talking, but Neon as well. Don't call me out like that, jeez. Hey, I listened to your Reina spiel, all right? So, talking about Neon, I think that her fast lane has a place, might not be a high place, but has like a certain place, to help her out with the entry. It's usually how I like to do it over on side A or side B to like block off, cut the side in half. Valorant.
Yeah. See, I agree with you, yes.
That's very nice of you.
Good job.
I think that one thing that's really interesting about the map selection this time around, though, is that because we do have that new map Sunset available in the rotation, like how we saw SMG play it yesterday, and just talking to a couple of the players of some of the teams over the weekend, I think that for Sunset in particular, because it's so new, and I think that usually for new maps, what most of the competitive teams like to do is they don't want to spend all that much time like learning a fresh new map, right? So for most of them, it's either like insta ban or they're just hoping that like their opponents don't really want to play on Sunset either. And I think that's how like the new Breeze is kind of snuck back into the rotation. I think like if we didn't have Sunset, then we probably wouldn't be seeing much of Breeze, because I feel like the teams would like much rather want to prepare on the maps that they've already been playing for the last couple of months.
That's fair. I mean, it is such a big time investment to learn a map in and out and see what type of comps are going to be efficient and again the best for this type of map. I feel like with Breeze, it's just there's already this layer of familiarity. So, it's going to take a little bit less time, but like you mentioned, there's still a lot of changes that they have to take into account. I think mid is definitely the biggest question mark here. There's a lot more verticality and a different and a different approach to this. But either way, we're all very, very excited to see what the teams are going to bring to the table and how they might surprise us today.
Absolutely. And we can't really get into the agent select yet. I just want to get confirmation if it's gonna be Bela or Amy for today. I do think it is going to be Amy in, but of course, the GE roster, Muffin Loop, Meow 16K, absolutely some of the players that we want to watch out for in this series and from the entire year. And I just feel for the GE Phoenix girls as well, because they've gone through multiple roster changes, like from Open 1 to 2, and then from Open 3 until right now as well. They always have like 1 or 2 players being switched around or being let go and like signing new players. So, oh my god.
Is that
Manju?
Yes, it's the usual visit. I think she heard everybody talk and now she's here. Hello.
She's being blocked by the mic. You need to
Hello.
oh my god.
There she is. Hello, everybody.
She just looks so happy.
Are you happy today? I think she is.
Aww.
Happy girl. Anyway, what does Manju think about the broadcast so far?
Who does Manju think is gonna win today? What are Manju's predictions? You know how like some of the esports teams, like they have like their house dog or house cat or whatever, and they do like the videos, like the prediction videos, and the dog like runs to one of the bowls, and that's like who they think is gonna win. Who does Manju think is gonna win?
I think Manju thinks. Oh, she's whispering to me. Well, she thinks that FULLSENSE might take this W. Is what she thinks.
Oh, well, I think Manju might be right. That's also close to what I think. Well done, Manju. But guys, we finally have Agent Select on our screens, and we do have confirmation. It is GX Amy 1 playing for GE Phoenix today on that Cypher, and it's gonna be Raze for the side of GE Phoenix, Jet for the side of FULLSENSE Sapphire, as well as that Sova. But pretty much, the Viper, Sky, as well as Cypher core are gonna remain the same. So Omen Raze for GE and Jet and Sova for FULLSENSE Sapphire. How do we feel?
The classic double controller versus double ini. So it's going to be a lot of open space dominance versus how much space can you really take. Plus, now 16k on that Raze, going to be a bit of a problem for FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Absolutely, and like Muffin on Jet, it's always a treat to watch. We got Manju's predictions, and we got my predictions too. So there's only left with you, Raf. What are your predictions for the series? 2-0, 2-1. How we feeling?
I think it might be a 2-1 in FULLSENSE Sapphire's direction. I think G Phoenix is gonna put up a fight, but again, FULLSENSE, they've been really, really good all year round. So there you go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it 2-0 to FULLSENSE Sapphire. I love this GE Phoenix squad, but it's just, they've got a new member in, and we don't know how Amy will do just yet, but we spent the whole year just watching FULLSENSE Sapphire. So yeah, I think I might have to go with 2-0, but guys, that's it for us to hear on the desk. We've got the duo of Blackenblue as well as Hey and Quack here to bring you guys all the action for this game. Quack and Blue, over to you.
Thanks there, Jenny and Raph. We are Blackenblue for the first time on ever, and we're looking at a series here with, I think, a definite favorite to be considered. Let's not forget where Sapphire are and came from, the reigning defending champs. But Global are looking to take that down with a new roster, if anything, or a new, at least, configuration of who we see playing on the server. Quack, what's your take on this?
I mean, have they had enough time, and coming into Elite, they have to come up with a lot of prep, so it's definitely going to be a bit of an uphill battle. And, let's be honest, right? Looking at the map veto, Fracture, you mentioned, we were talking a little bit backstage on Discord. The fact that was kind of taken away from them is a little bit tough. Apart from Fracture, their best map after that fact is going to be Haven. So unless somehow Breeze goes a little bit better their way, this could be a 3-mapper. This could even be maybe slightly more of a 2-mapper for a FULLSENSE Sapphire, right? I think especially because for Kiri, Rose, as well as Amy, this is their first time playing Game Changers APAC Elite.
And that's the thing, right? It's your first outing into this, and have they even had enough time, kind of as what you were talking about, to really figure out those new team woes, to find where each player places themselves? One could kind of wonder if this is a kind of immediate emergency reaction to their performance of Open 3, where they didn't do too well, and so they thought to change things up, but with so little time, has it been enough? If they do good here, maybe they're going to hit their honeymoon stage, maybe they're going to find their stride at the right moment and get hot when it matters the most. But it's going to have to come against a very difficult team to do that up against here in Sapphire.
Yeah, and just starting things off already. I mean, the fact that they're on defense on Breeze, I kind of like that. It's a little bit easier, especially if they can control the map. And I think that's what they're trying to do with the Sky pick, sending out to retrieve info. But again, we're just looking for that bit of early momentum. The agent selection so far kind of interesting as well, though, because look at this from FULLSENSE Sapphire. The last time they played this, last year in the grand finals of APAC Elite versus Alter Ego Celeste, they actually had a very similar agent composition, but with Baby TZ on the Cypher instead. This time we have Alyssa on the Cypher. They've kind of swapped roles. Baby TZ is the Sky instead. And right now, they already have control over the site. Just trying to hold some of these angles. Pink Shells will force them out of position for a second. Baby TZ finding a second frag before finally falling to Muffin Loop and her Ghost. Paranoia tossed out, but doesn't really push anyone away. Muffin just holds her ground, flinks back and forth, 2 kills, and then the last one, Kiri goes down. FULLSENSE taking the pistol.
Man, those are the shots that they need to hit here, Global. Advantage firmly in their favor, coming off the flash from Muffin, and yet still nothing connecting for them. Unfortunate of a cold start here, it seems to be, but perhaps Global can start to kind of stabilize later on. What we did like, though, at least what I liked there, is that FULLSENSE, great intuition to go here towards his A site, kind of having a good read on where Global's defense would be, for the most part, situated towards that B site. You can see them attempting the same thing again, so early on, Global kind of putting emphasis into a more retake-heavy game style on towards A.
Very far back, very defensive. And right now, Blackenblue, 4-stack on B. We only have Amy watching out for A, and she's just using her camera. She's all the way back towards bridge side. So this might be like an open red carpet for FULLSENSE to go into A.
I mean, the camera is the only thing really gathering information there. And, as you said, green lights ahead. Nothing
Take
really
some
stopped them. Yeah, maybe, you know, kind of observe the sights and scenes of the view.
You're looking at my PIC. All right.
Whoa.
We're going in now.
Which pics you looking at, Quack?
Oh!
Gassing over
Hold
here.
up. You know what we're looking
down.
at is angles. That's right. Jenny able to get the first one. Muffin Loop with the Marshall, though, comes back in.
A nice shot there to open up. I mean, obviously, still don't have the advantage, but it's going to do some damage to the economy, especially with these Vandals. The least of all they've got here, obviously the Marshall and the Muffin, but it's still going to be a very threatening weapon, especially in her hands. Some picks going their way, but ultimately enough. Hey, Muffin, that's good. To farm up those 3 before she goes down, so nicely done by all means, I guess, to kind of damage the economy for FULLSENSE, but yeah, FULLSENSE, they still take the round.
I mean, it's still a good pick nonetheless, especially, you know, considering how this could affect her confidence. Muffin Loop, she's always been the one getting those picks, getting those frags for Global Esports Phoenix. And if she's doing that with a Marshall, what more can she do with a Vandal now that it's the full buy coming in for Global Esports Phoenix? So I expect great things. Alyssa on a Sheriff, that'll be interesting.
See what she does with it. I mean, she is typically going to be in that lurk here towards that B site. Aggressive control here with that Toxic Cloud, and what's nice about this is that since they have the Omen, it allows them to be a bit more kind of fluid with the utility off the Viper. Instead of having that be your solo smoke, you'll see that be even more of an effect here later on the attacking side. With Muffin denying that Trailblazer, they should have intuition that Meow has crossed and they're kind of playing this 180. Left-right pincer. Ooh. They do put towards it. Smoke on out. Flash rather connecting. And yet Muffin! Once again! Same thing like the pistol. She takes them both down.
I just have to wonder, Nico. I mean, is this like a slight bit of hesitation before they push along with that pop flash, because it's happened twice now. And Muff is just so good at dodging those flashes. Now Polly's coming in from mid. That's another player down. We still have Elisa kind of lurking around the mid pillar. But at this point, Amy, it's such a valuable weapon, and she's going to opt for the save instead.
I don't know there. Global, I mean, obviously, they're not hitting their shots, but the decision-making as well to go aggressive. Now, I know it's not a true bonus, because FULLSENSE have bought on up to this, but they didn't know that. Global, by all means, should have assumed it's a bonus, and should have known that on a bonus, you do not want to be taking those big risks. Pushing up towards main, like that, sure. But flashing on through the smoke, ill-advisable, even if they didn't have Vandals in their hands. And you can see full punished. Baby TZ also finds Amy, and that's extra pain to the game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Blackenblue. This is we're looking at Spain without the S. This is 3 rounds won, right? I mean, somewhat of a bonus, kind of, for FULLSENSE Sapphire, and the full buy is now taken away from Global Esports Phoenix. It's like those attempts where they try to make some of these calls. I maybe not the best, but I do applaud the effort. It's just that these pop flashes, just for some reason, are not working out for them. On paper, it kind of looks great. You know, there were players who were flashed, but again, Muffin just steps up to bat at those critical moments. And if this keeps on up, FULLSENSE Sapphire might be having their way on this map.
Could be where, as we were talking about, first time here in Elite especially, not even Elite for some of these players, just being on, the top 8 in the playoffs in general. And so that is a very difficult kind of stress marker to have against you. And then to perform against a team like this, you can definitely see them getting punished by not even errors, just real woes that you normally wouldn't expect at this level. So, I guess kind of the nerves getting to some of them here in those moments where they definitely have an advantage in an aggressive peak. We're at the site for the most part, at least the front site. It's the back they have to worry about, but I don't think FULLSENSE are fussing too much.
Not at all, man. This is like the same way that FULLSENSE is taking the A site, like what we saw in the pistol. They make use of the toxic screen, they go in, they turn the whole place into a bit of a firing range, and they get the spike down for free. Like, that is the biggest thing, because Global Esports Phoenix is having a tough time trying to push back against this. Now Baby TZ's making use of some of these nooks and crannies, finds another frag. It's all down to Muffin Loop once more. She might be able to find something. Alright, not so much. Ginny shuts that down instead. It's a 4-0. A clean, perfect start for the Thai squad.
Lovely stuff here from FULLSENSE so far, for sure. I want to see something a bit more proactive from Global. We've kind of seen them put their eggs in the basket over and over here towards that B site. Obviously, they've only really had one true gun round to play with. Now they have another. You can see them now going towards A, where the rest of FULLSENSE here towards B. I'd like to see that mid control be actively used to really make sure that if they do stifle the push here on B, the rotate's not going to be quick enough. You can see that toxic screen already placed down to cut off the mid pillar. And they can take that control and even get aggressive here towards elbow. They have to start getting more proactive as the push comes in.
Right now they've kind of lost that initiative, Blackenblue. I mean, we're pushing in with the Hunter's Fury. This call from Ginny, it says so much to her prowess. Switching sites now and then going into B straight so confidently. Once more, they get the spike down for free. Seeker's retake coming through though.
Nade on out, nothing really connecting so far, but Muffin once again getting the show going here. A double for her, and everything completely going in FULLSENSE Sapphire's way, as nothing can be done for Global to stand in their path. 5-0, and FULLSENSE off to a blazery start.
Blazery is
I can make up words.
Use, Nico.
It's
dude.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing's wrong. I love it. But it's just, I'm like, I need a replay on that. How did they win that firefight?
They killed them.
They killed them.
They killed them.
Look at us being great at our jobs. They killed them.
I mean, it's really kind of what happened there. They filtered on in, and there wasn't really much resistance. And as you put it, free plant all the time with barely any utility used by FULLSENSE.
Yeah. Toxic screen goes down. You know, Seekers were out, but that kind of gave away. It was a bit of a tell as to when GEX would push.
Yeah.
And FULLSENSE really just nailed every single shot, man. And they're gonna look to do the same thing again, trying to push off of this now. GEX stacking up towards the A side. Hopefully, this works out this time.
Real tripwires here towards this A site as well. You kind of want to use that a bit earlier on just to try and maybe burn that Trailblazer down early. Get some utility wasted on a FULLSENSE Sapphire. Once more of the same. Flash on out. That's how to do it, they say. And what a connection, but okay. Global doing some damage.
Some paint shells tossed through. Kiri looking for a bit of an angle. The rest of them pushing out. Player from the sides as well, but look at FULLSENSE's positioning. The way that they're held up around the rocks and just so many of these off angles. Favorable positions where they are able to pick apart at GEX's attempt at retake. So 6-0 start now. And, you know, if you're going to start coming back into the game, this is the time to do it. And the timeout from Coach Kappa will be the thing to start that.
The time is now, for sure. Kind of gotta slow things down a bit here. Maybe regain their thoughts because, I mean, Breeze, it was kind of a big question mark, right? Obviously, we've seen how Sapphire would play Breeze back in the day, but it's a very, very different time now and a very different competition. And with that much time passed, one wonders if it's still going to be the same kind of thoughts of success in their favor. And yet, FULLSENSE just have not had any hurdles thrown at them. Not even a hump, not even a bump, not even a small ditch on the road. Nothing.
That's the most amazing thing to me, man. Like, we've got Polly with the toxic screen, and that just gives her team so much space to get that spike down. But it's also Baby TZ's utility right now for me. Because it's her pop flashes that set up Muffin for those early picks. It's her Trailblazer that kind of pushes GEX further back from the site. And that's kind of how FULLSENSE takes control every single time. And Ginny making those calls and, you know, trying to disperse their positioning as well with her recon darts. So it's like, it's a perfect recipe for success right now. And unless GEX can do something to rifle with that, it's not quite working out.
Well, so far, game plan of GEX hasn't necessarily been the most proactive one. And I have to kind of assume it's because their first gun round didn't work out that way when they tried to be active, that now they're dissuaded from, you know, trying to be more aggressive here on the defense. And with a pick coming here on Kiri, that will just completely shake things up now for Global.
That's the word too, dissuade. You can see that Amy is so desperate to try to find a single pick. And she's just trapped. Baby Teaser swings out from the left side and still able to pick her off. And this keeps on happening. And as it continues to happen, it compounds, and mentally it kind of hurts GEX as well. So that timeout was really necessary, but without that proactiveness that you were talking about, Nico, this is tough.
Yeah, very, very difficult position for Global to be in. If they don't find the pick off early here, it might just be kind of advised to save. Muffin once again wreaking havoc when they least expected, and the cleanup for Melissa. Just more salt to the wound. FULLSENSE. You would have thought after that timeout, this is where Global can, you know, make something happen, but no, 7-0.
Gotta wrap that salt in there. Gotta preserve the wins. But still, okay, off the timeout, right? They have some ultimates to work with. With the way that Meow 16K was kind of wrapping around backside, I was thinking maybe she would have gone for a bit of a showstopper play, but nothing quite happened, and I think her movement was kind of bungled up as well. And FULLSENSE Sapphire, my word, continuing off with this flawless streak. It's another scuffed by coming out from GX, and Blackenblue, I don't know, man. It's a really feels bad moment. Look at, they're playing default now. What?
They're just put in such a rut right now that they don't even know what to do. I mean, at least they're trying this kind of setup here towards A main once again. I'd wager it's a bit more advisable to do this on an eco than not so. They do have that one buy here on Meow, but it's enough to kind of support it. Gets the one, pulls out her util without anybody covering her, and Muffin just cleans him up. Double.
And that's Muffin again. Another double, another multi-kill, and she is just racking up on those kills. Hasn't pulled out her Blade Storm yet. Doesn't need to.
No timing here.
Her Rose. Oh.
My ultimate is ready.
Alright, spots them, finds one pick, and that's good enough. It's good info as well, so now they know that the spike's being delivered over to the B site. And if you take a look at the minimap, Muffin Lube might be able to set up a bit of a flank, and that's a pretty nice thing.
He's the only one with a proper weapon, though. Kiri didn't follow her pursuit to try and retrieve something, but perhaps 3v3. We've seen sometimes that these runs are stifled off of an eco. Global are looking to do exactly that, but you can see FULLSENSE here being diligent not to expose themselves early.
Alright. Trying to be careful off this, trying to coordinate that retake, and it's very winnable right now, especially off that pick from Kiri. Tries to go for a second one, but Muffin's still very much alive and deadly. Third kill on the board. Flicks upwards, gets that frag, and then Rose comes back in for the trade. Finally able to turn things around, but the timer! Yeah, I think she's got it.
Yep.
5.3!
A scratch of the nose, a niche of the pick, and that would be a done round in FULLSENSE. A no, but lovely stuff, at least here on the retake. As I said, it's just how funny sometimes you see those runs stopped off of an eco here. Great timing by Rose especially. She did so much work in that round to really get them going, and obviously kind of find the last pick there. So that kind of work, proactivity there, is exactly what Global need to do.
Get more control over the map, like be more active with it, right? And this kind of happens when they're able to get control over Cave. It's still a little bit difficult, especially on the A side, but they're making use of the Viper's Pit this time, Blackenblue. What is this? Curie making use of the Toxic Screen, sneaking back up towards mid. I kind of like this, maybe?
I mean, that's exactly what you should be doing as the Omen here, right? You can kind of reposition yourself safely. You got some tools to work with. This is what they want to happen right now, but Global's kind of sneaked up behind them. They don't really expect Kiri to be there. Polly, though, with the double, the cleanup from her opens up here from the double doors. And now they have A side control. Main is not in their hands, though. But Neural Theft is going to give Rose away.
That cannot feel comfortable. She's trying to sneak back and forth inside of this Viper's Pit as well. Teammates coming out from the round back. Is this retake possible?
They got the Neural Theft of their own, of which will let them know that he can get on hastily to this. They have to know that Yellow is kind of like the prime target to clear out here towards that CT position here on the stairs. Amy's gonna be first contact, pulls out her camera! It's not the time for a Kodak moment just yet. Has to make sure she's in for the fight, but great stall is being put up here by FULLSENSE, and Global simply can't even get their foot onto the site as FULLSENSE clean him up at the end.
That's that Kodak moment. That's the picture perfect kind of sight hold. With the way that FULLSENSE keeps holding these positions, Blackenblue. I mean, we saw the Neural Theft from both sides, but FULLSENSE are just, I don't know, decisive enough with how they held down on site. They knew that the Viper Spit was there. They didn't tussle with it. They just held from their own positions, especially around Yellow, which you were talking about. It's such a strong angle, especially if they're covering their backs as well, that Global Esports Phoenix didn't really have much of a chance at that retake. And now going back into it, they're trying to push FULLSENSE Sapphire away. Global Esports Phoenix pop flashes into Cave. Just trying to hold this one spot once more.
I think it's a bit of a tag there, but not really reflecting just yet. In Global, it's easy to lose hope in these situations, but it sucks to say that this is kind of going the way we expected it to be, at least on Breeze.
It is FULLSENSE's map pick after all.
Right now, kind of just waiting for their moment, obviously, but yeah, I mean, even with this being their map pick, I think the entire veto as a whole is just difficult for Global. say it's really theirs right now. Even if they pick Haven, it's not a bad map for FULLSENSE either. They're looking at pressure here on Rose, who
Spike down.
too many
B.
thorns in your sides to get away. At least gets one before going down.
Spike planted.
Still got those marshals. Muffler is starting things off. Kind of forces FULLSENSE Sapphire further back, and that's where they will run into Kiri with her own marshal. Trying to fire some shots off. She managed to take down Ginny. Baby TZ trying to hold down from backside. Managed to take down Muffler, so that's another problem gone. Still trying to find these shots. Alyssa lands it down finally. Baby TZ with the third frag on the board. It's another Scythe hold. And an unfortunate one for Global Esports Phoenix because they didn't quite have the weaponry at their disposal. So 9-1, Blackenblue.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, I mean, look at how low those last two were. Could have definitely made something on happen. It just doesn't come to pass, at least so far. 9-3, maybe? Curse for Global?
Wow, I didn't know your voice could go that high.
I was pulling out my Mickey Mouse impression.
Do you actually have one?
No, not.
Oh man.
Oh boy, not here.
Good try, good try. I know you could do it. It actually sounded really close. But I mean, main thing is the fact that we're trying to squeeze out some more wins for Global Esports Phoenix. They made it possible before. Remember, with that proactive map control. And it looks like they're doing it again. Kiri, off angle towards mid. I kind of like this.
Oh,
Gets flicked on by Muffin, though.
Still doesn't connect. How many times have we seen Global here have an advantage in a particular fight and still not able to win things out? So it sucks to say, but FULLSENSE, they're kind of skill diffing them at the moment here in terms of winning just these fights where you'd think Global have got it on the mark. I guess Nerves really getting on the Global here. Good flash out to try and buy some space, but still Muffin gets the pick off. That's 3 unanswered early kills. Never mind. Rose coming in big when they need her to. 1v3 has pressure to apply here. Low on bullets, has to connect her next shot, but Polly keeps her in check. 10-1 for FULLSENSE.
No 9-3 anymore.
Before the switch.
All right. For a second, yeah, like Rose almost made it happen, but running out of ammunition, that's definitely one of those things where you start to second guess your shots sometimes. But that is kind of the main thing. Again, I mean, we see these advantages that Global Esports Phoenix has at times, but they kind of drop it. And it sucks to say, but that's the truth.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, not starting off well in a map like this can really shake up your confidence. And that seems to, unfortunately, be one of only just symptoms, really, here of the bigger problem for Global. Let's see if they can rectify things on the last one. Great tag off here on the tripwire. Look at that. Finally, Global able to capitalize off of their utility here.
I like that. Dude, last round of the first half, and they pull this off. The toxic screen, first of all, a very interesting one because it's farther back from sight. And it, I guess, kind of lures FULLSENSE Sapphire in. And Muffin had no idea that that trap was going to be there, the tripwire, causing her to kind of bungee jump across. And it just became a bit of a fire range for Amy in that moment. Now with the Guardian, Meow16k reads the rotations perfectly, finds another pick onto Ginny, and it's all up to Polly in a 1-on-5.
You know, that exact wall is, I think, a big sign that they weren't using their Viper to its fullest extent for this comp. The fact that they have an Omen allows them to do some crazy walls like that, right? Some unorthodox stuff that you normally would be kind of poised not to be able to do if you only have that Viper. And they weren't able to maximize that. Let's see how this 1v5 goes. Obviously, the stats don't really better her favor, but Polly's done some crazy stuff in the past. Let's see where she can get to. That's the one, Quack. Double. The third! Polly's going crazy! Let's see what she can do. She's got the snake bite, but Meow is gonna rip her whiskers away. And 11-1, they say.
Alright. Dear God. Oh my God. That was ridiculous. Almost And it just came down to that moment where, like you said,
Switching
her whiskers
sides.
were kind of ripped away. 2-10. That's still a very good scoreline for FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Yeah, nicely done, but our panel's got something to say.
Thanks, gentlemen. Quack asked how FULLSENSE are doing it, and Nico said they're just killing them. Raph, you got any more specific analysis for us?
No, I'm kidding. So I feel
Your
like,
one job.
No. Anyway, I feel like really early on in the rounds, I feel like with FULLSENSE getting the plant, Global was operating on borrowed time when they should have been more in control. I feel like especially with double controller plus the raise, I feel like a few investments of smokes especially when they sent Kiri to be a little far forward for mid control. I feel like the Viper wall could have helped. I feel like an Omen smoke could have helped. I feel like they were just so shy of using their utility when this was supposed to be the center point of their composition. We had a few moments where they would find the timing and they would get a few kills here and there. But other than that, going on the intangible side, it just seems like with them kind of forgetting just, again, the 1+1s of their comp, they're kind of taking some unnecessary firefights, and FULLSENSE, they've just been kind of feasting on it, and they've been winning almost every gunfight here.
GE about to switch to the attack after the half. What do we feel about the comeback?
I think right now it's just to kind of get the nerves away, remember that you are playing in Elite. This is still the upper bracket, I believe, so they do have an extra chance, but for now they kind of have to, buckle up because, again, they're in Elite. They have to get themselves going.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna see if FULLSENSE can wrap this one up or if GE can make that miracle comeback happen. Blackenblue, guys, back to you.
Well, it's a gold star here for Sapphire on the opening half. No real problems so far. But how does the defense shape up here against Global? I mean, you would wonder maybe this Omen having those smokes, trying to lurk things around, is going to be a problem for FULLSENSE, but they've got lots of information gathering, lots of ways to really secure the second half.
And FULLSENSE again being led by Ginny. It's just one of those teams where if they can get a great read on things, you're gonna have a tough time trying to pull off an attack side. So, all right, I guess we're gonna go into a bit of a tech pause right now. Black and blue
Immediately after the halftime. Okay, I mean, it wouldn't be APAC without it.
And also, yeah, I'm just jinxing things everywhere. But I mean,
Hey,
if we could take a look at the statistics for a second. I mean, look at how Muffin, Pulley, and Baby TZ especially are popping off on this map.
I mean, I don't think that's too unexpected, especially for Muffin right now, who has been, in my opinion,
Dodging flashes.
yeah,
Dodging
just
bullets,
crazy.
dodging all the mishaps of life.
Ultra
and she's just
instinct.
like, yeah, ultra instinct. She woke up, her alarm today, and she woke up like 10 minutes before it went off.
Yeah, she hit the snooze before it even went off. Imagine that. She pulled
She
out the
came
egg
ready
before
to
it
play.
was boiled. She flushed the toilet before she used
Wait.
it. She spat out the toothpaste before brushing her teeth. Just crazy stuff for Muffin. One step ahead of the competition.
Man, wow. Spat out the tooth. Wait. Flush the toilet before. Huh?
Yeah. She's just that far ahead. One step ahead. Prevention is better than a cure. Muffin 2020.
Black and blue, ladies and gentlemen.
Nah, that's all Muffin, not me. I'm
Where
only here
can
to
the
tell
folks
the
find
tale.
you on Twitter? I mean, X.
On the X. Damn.
Damn.
What a word. We're talking about Muffin with a Y.
Yes,
by the way, not
yes.
Muffin Loop.
She did wake up and choose violence today,
Yep.
Muffin. Muffin Loop a little bit as well. Some moments of brilliance on her martial and sharpshooting. I really like the part where in that retake, she managed to flick upwards onto Muffin, allowing for her teammate to come back in with the final trade. And that's how they kind of picked up that second round that they got in, I guess it was round 8. No, that's the first round that Global Esports Phoenix won first half. Still not over yet. And at the same time, I mean, just look at Baby TZ. Although she swapped from a Cypher to a Sky, still popping off. Polly with 13 assists. I don't know. Let's see what happens now that we're on the second half.
I mean, aside from that, you can really tell that, I mean, obviously, Initiator being Muffin, somehow Muffin getting the picks here, and Polly a double goes in.
One
What's
enemy
happening?
remaining.
Complete breakdown
Spike
here
down
for
A.
Global, as FULLSENSE have just completely found everything going their way. Complete intuition on what's to come, can't even connect. I think it's safe to say Global are more than just a bit shaken up here early.
They're just confident, man. I mean, especially when you've won that many rounds in the first half, and you know that, yeah, I can afford to lose a little bit here and there. I feel myself. I think I can go for some peaks right now, and they just find those frags every time. 11-2 now with this pistol win, very likely match point for FULLSENSE Sapphire, and that's why it's such a heavy decision for Global Esports Phoenix in this round, particularly.
You know, I would have thought, because you see on the defensive side, kind of a lot of what Global plan to do have been, I guess, circulating around seemingly the calls of Muffin here. You can see her being the one to set them up, obviously, as initiator. That's kind of what's going to happen. But you thought that would be even more prevalent on the attacking side. It just still breaks down, though. In that opener is Muffin this time around. There's two Muffins in this darn game. You don't know who I'm talking about half of the time. Too many Muffins.
One is a loop, the other one is Muffin with a Y.
Yeah, but does everybody say Muffin loop all the time?
It's the Jet one that we're looking at. The one from FULLSENSE Sapphire. And that's such a great read. Trying to figure out that there would be rotations coming from Global Esports Phoenix in that moment as well. So more picks going their way. Not to mention that Kiri is down to 15 HP. This round, I mean, I hate to say it, but feels like it's already over for Global Esports Phoenix. They're hanging by a thread. 30 seconds left. Muffin finds yet another. Here comes Baby TZ. Triple kill going our way. A flawless win. And it's almost as if we didn't say it before. It is match point for FULLSENSE Sapphire. 12-2, Blackenblue.
Well,
Here.
I mean, we're progressing in rounds, but it feels like we're only going backwards here for Global. This is what I was worried about, though. I think both of us, and many of practically everybody kind of involved, where you watch Global in Open 3, it was by far their worst Open compared to 1 and 2. Luckily, they were able to rack up enough points during Open 1 and 2 that they didn't need to go through LCQ. But they weren't on a good footing either. And we were wondering, you know, sometimes teams to go through these roller coasters, down and up, highs and lows. And we were wondering, when do they rebound from their lows? But they changed their roster out for the most part, for the majority almost of it. And that just leaves so much uncertainty coming into the most important stage of the year for their career. And there's just so many odds against them right now that it's difficult to kind of be surprised sometimes that this is how things are turning out for them, even if you'd want to see something a bit more.
Certainly. It is never ever an easy task. It's always daunting. But that's why I kind of like what they've said before, I guess, to the FSL staff, and, you know, kind of quotes that they've given before, that champions aren't born, they're made. And right now, they're in that process. And then they're trying to forge themselves, because
But
these
is it
are
time? Is it this time to be making that happen, or should they already be in that form by the time Elite comes around?
You always gotta go for it, and if you know now is the time. It's always sometime. You're always gotta keep going for it. Maybe your first outing at Game Changers APAC Elite doesn't go out so well. Again, this is just the first map. We don't know how Haven's gonna go, and even if they do lose this series, this is double elimination. They still have the low bracket where they get another chance. So it's not all doom and gloom, but they do have to start showing us more. And with this take, this push, they're trying to go in, but they're getting taken down by FULLSENSE Sapphire. The trips from Alyssa. Kiri turns back around, takes down Polly, but then fragged out by Baby TZ. It's all up to Muffin Loop in a 1-on-3. Can she pull out one more round out of her pocket?
No!
She's gonna get bitten by the Trailblazer instead, Blackenblue. Ouch!
Not like that. Not out of all things. the Trailblazer gets you at the end. And FULLSENSE Sapphire, well, lots of teams were lots of kind of viewers, fans in the audience, even us talents were kind of already crowning a team like SMG to be the champs at the end. But let's not forget, Sapphire, the defending ones. Everybody was crowning AECL Alter Ego last time, and look what turned out. So, opening start here for the series, not bad just yet, but I mean, Quack, it's gonna have to be a hell of a map number 2 for them to come back into.
Yeah, could happen again. You ever watch I Show Speed Blackenblue with the
Sometimes.
The all right, we're gonna throw it to our panelists to break down the action and completely ignore what I just did. Take it away, Reirachu.
Thanks guys for that toss after that map number 1. What a game, ref. I mean, we said that FULLSENSE had a lot to prove to make the 2-peat elite happen, and boy do they absolutely curve GE Phoenix hard. I mean, all respect to Queen Margot, but I think FULLSENSE, they likely brought Alyssa back this time around to try and repeat that last year X10 success, and it's starting to feel like like she never left.
That's honestly such a great point to put forward, because I feel like maybe the VODs the G Phoenix were reviewing were under the calls of Margot. So again, it could be a different style that they're not used to. But I still feel like overall they were very utility shy, which is very, very strange, especially with the comp that they were running. I'll just reiterate that point that I said during halftime. My hair is disagreeing with me again. I'm sorry, guys.
Your hair's fabulous.
Thank you, but at the same time, it's trying to make a mess. And I feel like the mess was that map 1 of a breeze, or rather that map 1 of a breeze for Global Esports Phoenix. It's still the first map of the series, so again, we can't be too worried just yet. Hopefully they can bounce back. Hopefully it is just the first map jitters for our ladies over at Global Esports.
Yo, 426 ACS? That's absolutely crazy. I don't recall seeing an ACS over 400, like over 350 in a dang long time, but it's gonna be Muffin on the Jet. We were talking about this in Agent Select. Anytime we get to see Muffin on Jet, it's just an absolute pleasure. It feels like it's an absolute luxury to watch her play on this duelist, and whew, boy did she have a good game. I mean, all of her teammates just stood out this game as well, but man, I don't know what to say.
Again, that's just how Muffin is gonna perform when it's pretty crazy, right?
Polly's got 320 and she's not even MVP. Like, that's just make that make sense. Full
again,
sense.
it's just Global Esports had all the tools to kind of stop all these direct duels. They had the double controller, plus they had the raise to kind of flush out and just not allow the ladies over at FULLSENSE to kind of go crazy the way they are. But again, hopefully this is something that they can amend going into Haven, because if I remember correctly, FULLSENSE is actually still really, really good on Haven. And just to go back to your point, to 426 ACS, Muffin was on a tear. We saw it right off the bat on that opening round. I think she had a crazy 3K on the pistol or something. But a 4.7 KDA, what a way to open for FULLSENSE.
I mean, they're just proving themselves over and over again. We came in with questions, right? Because Open 3 was the first time that we saw this year that FULLSENSE dropped that match to RQ, and it was like a 2-0 as well. It wasn't even that close. And we were like, okay, coming into Elite, are we going to see the Open 3 FULLSENSE? Are we going to see, like, the squad that came in at the end of the last year and made their way to Berlin? So I think we're getting some answers. We don't want to call it all that soon, because that was just map number 1, but we do have map number 2 on Haven coming up for both these teams in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Player standing.
Poison's gone.
Yikes. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up, back that up
Hi guys, and welcome back to Series 1, Day 2 of Game Changers APAC Elite between FULLSENSE and Global Esports Phoenix. We about to find out if FULLSENSE are going to carry on their win streak or if Global Esports Phoenix can make the comeback in the best of 3 series. We've got Map 2 Haven coming up real shortly. Raph, how do we feel G's chances are on this map?
I hope they come. I hope they come back. I hope they bounce back because once again, it does feel like it's a bit of a gut punch to them, considering that they're gonna be opening their. I believe this is their first elite showing this way, and this is not a knock against them because FULLSENSE Sapphire, as our casters mentioned, as you mentioned, they are the defending champions of elite. The Global Esports Phoenix, they have quite a bit on their table. Hopefully, they can extend this to a third map and again just get themselves going, just so that if in any case they fall into the lower bracket, they're going to be at least reinvigorated because that Breeze performance was a little uninspired.
Absolutely, and you read my mind. So to remind all our viewers back home, if y'all are watching this series, the format for Elite, like it has been for all the previous opens for this year, we are playing a double elimination. So regardless, whoever wins, whoever loses a series, they will have another chance to make it back into the bracket from the lower brackets. So this isn't going to be the end of the series or the end of the road for any of these teams if that does happen. But I think the interesting thing about this Haven pick for map number 2 is that from the stats, this is the most played map, at least for this year, for both FULLSENSE Sapphire as well as Global Esports Phoenix. I think looking at the compositions as well, they tend to play very similar compositions. GE pretty much has run the exact same agent composition all the 17 times that they've played Haven. It's the Astra, Breach, Jet, Killjoy, as well as Sova. I think for FULLSENSE, they play this map about 14 times, and sometimes they do run the same comp as GE, sometimes they switch out the Sova for the Fade. So likely, I think we're either going to see a mirror matchup in terms of composition or just a bit different here and there, but this map is the one that both of these teams have played the most.
And, you're very right to assume that this is going to be their most well-practiced map. I feel like the rock, paper, scissors that we were talking about during the analysis for the first map is definitely going to be in effect. And what I mean by that is, we, again, hope for Global Esports to throw the smokes to let that double ini comp burn all their utility, just so if they ever run into open space, they don't have their strongest tools. And now them kind of running into a mirror matchup is going to be telling on how they wanna, or rather the differences between how they're gonna apply themselves here. I feel like maybe we're gonna see Fade over Killjoy, at least on the side of FULLSENSE, just because they're feeling really, really good. But it looks like they're gonna go for the KO Sky. Wow.
Neon?
Of course you're gonna be excited about the Neon.
That was no, man. I just flew to blue-haired girl with the double ponytails. I gotta rep my girl. But that's what you're saying, right? Like FULLSENSE Sapphire. If there were a time that they want to switch things up, it'll be right now, coming off of that absolutely insane map number 1 and G Phoenix. Because you're saying your criticism of them for map 1 was they picked a lot of utility, but we didn't really see them have that synergy where they were able to use the utility effectively and just as a team. The thing is, on Haven, if you can't coordinate that, it's going to be so hard to try and get onto site.
It really is, and it seems that with a double ini again on the side of FULLSENSE, this time a little more geared towards timing and just kind of running it down in the face of G Phoenix, especially with that Neon pick. I feel like Phoenix just have a bit of a problem in their hands here.
All right, guys. Well, coming back once again for map number 2, it's Blackenblue.
Well, certainly after that opener here from Sapphire on Breeze, you have a lot to expect when it comes to a team like Sapphire and Haven. Now, it might just be the best place for Global to go to, Quack, but the bar isn't that high at all.
Yeah, it's still... I mean, if they have a chance, this is it, right?
Yeah.
So, fingers crossed, and let's just hope that they make it happen. I like the composition, and the one that Global Esports Phoenix has is definitely a little bit more orthodox, but that's it. FULLSENSE Sapphire is cooking. I mean, what is this? I'm very curious. What, you don't often see a KO on this map. You don't often see a Neon on this map. I mean, maybe last year at Champions or something when, Optic Gaming and Victor were going off with this kind of composition. But now that we're bringing it back against a team like Global Esports Phoenix, I don't know. I guess it's going to be interesting.
You're going to have a very drastically kind of diverting style here. And there could be one thing that could blow into the favor of Global, aside from the fact that, yes, more orthodox composition means a bit more familiarity in how to make it work, but one of the best counters of a KO on Haven is that breach. If they can play that breach right, it's going to be great. She can play out of the suppress, out of the influence of that KO, and still have effect on the site, and they really have to utilize the amount of pressure that can apply on the choke here. So Global, they have the tools to make this work, to bring us into bind for map number 3, but it's about how you use those tools instead of what necessarily bring into the game that matters.
That's right. So we need to see a lot more of those utility plays, a lot more active map control coming out from them, especially with the fact that they are starting out on defense once more. FULLSENSE Sapphire, on the other hand, though, I mean, so many initiating capabilities, right? KO, you've got Sky, and they have set their sights down onto C.
The C site. It's gonna be difficult to just execute now, as the defense has adjusted to where they wanted to go. Kind of sends him packing, but it leaves the rest of the map, that right A side, a bit more open to work with.
All right, we're backing up a little bit, just buying time, pulling some rotations over. It is a 3-site map after all, and I guess this is one of the ways that you can make this happen. Create a bit of pressure and presence towards C, and then all the way back over onto A. GEX going back to this sort of a 2-1-2 setup, 2 players on the A site to defend. If they can get a pick, that would be huge.
Scan is right on time as well. At least denied for the meantime, but the site is theirs.
30 seconds left.
Gonna allow FULLSENSE to get the plant off for the moment. The retake here from Global to come on in. They still got that fault line, 2 flashes to work with, so quite a lot actually, as FULLSENSE have burned most of their util.
It's very reminiscent of Breeze, though, Blackenblue. They are tagged up. FULLSENSE Sapphire a little bit low, but they have another spike plant for free. So now it just comes down to how well GEX can retake, starting things off the fault line. Muffin Loop kind of dashing in up from heaven. Muffin still not checked, not cleared, and she's able to wreak havoc with her ghost. Shots popped off. And once more, FULLSENSE Sapphire comes up with another pistol whip.
You can really see here that the fact that they haven't been playing together for long is really coming to effect, because a more coordinated, a more well-tested and rounded team would have hopped onto that retake immediately as the util was going up on in. But by the time they actually got into the site, well, the stun has already expired, the gravity well, rather, the Nova Pulse wasn't really affecting that held position anymore, and FULLSENSE were ready for the fight, so they have to be a bit more swift, a bit more concise with the timing of when they actually initiate and when they go for the retake.
I completely know what you mean. You want to go with that full-on coordination so that you can hit your opponents and make them feel Valoranted, right?
Yes.
It's just
Yes.
all that relentless, overwhelming utility. You get flashed, you get stunned, and then a jet dashes in your face, everything, and the kitchen sink gets thrown at you. But that's it. That is not what we saw from GEX. Nobody really followed up after Muffin Loop's Tailwind, right? And, there was a bit of a delay between that fault line and the dash-in, so a little bit unfortunate, but, again, could be technical issues, so it is a bit of a tech pause right now, Blackenblue.
Yeah, perhaps there's something kind of going on there for Global, kind of behind the scenes, that just shook up their timing. That's obviously a tech is what we immediately follow into, but obviously can't really kind of call those out just yet. You have to be sure. For FULLSENSE, a map like Haven, of course, is one they can't take lightly versus Global, but still
they're not a bad team on this map either, by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. Perhaps something a bit more workable by Global, but I mean, they still have an 80% win rate on this map for the past year, since January. That's incredible still for a team that you might be thinking, hey, this is the best place to fight them, but they might have just picked their own grave.
I hope not. I mean, we expect them to do a little bit better. They have beaten teams like Nyx Kyose on this map and the Swiss stage of previous opens and stuff. But then again, it's a bit of a toss-up. They're sticking with the same composition, so we expect to see coordination, but that's not really what we witnessed in the first round. On the other hand, FULLSENSE Sapphire, I mean, all credit to them. They are changing things up after, a bit of a loss towards Team SMG. And not only are they coming in with a new agent composition, they are fully making use and taking advantage of all the space that Global Esports Phoenix gives to them. You saw how that fast lane came up from Muffin onto Scythe, and once more they got the spike plant for free. They just hold those positions post-plant, and it always works a treat. Now we're back into the C site, and we've got guns, baby, so GEX just trying to hold back.
Well, we haven't really seen FULLSENSE kind of be tested in those type of rounds, right? Stuns on out, that's a good reaction here, but they're just out the ready, and Muffin's already within the site. A trade out from Rose. Plays down to a 3v3 flash. Right timing on that, but perfect counter flash here coming on in. And you can see just the amount of teamwork that FULLSENSE have at the ready has been winning them out these rounds. Muffin Loop gets the one. Let's see. A chance, but though slim.
Yeah, she's got her tailwind. I think it's doable. Gotta land some crispy shots though. Taking her time, just trying to wrap back around, but Alyssa just watching the angle like a hawk. Tiny micro adjustment, and that's all she needs. FULLSENSE Sapphire, although sustaining a bit of damage, still able to walk away with the win.
Trust each other and we'll be
Yeah, good counter flash there from Alyssa. Really, that's one of the most, I think, underutilized kind of heads-up reactions that you see a lot of players not even do. When they're blind, just blind them as well, and then nobody's blind.
Yeah. Just rob them of their eyesight, or completely evade it whatsoever. But I mean, it just comes back to how, confident FULLSENSE Sapphire are being with their plays right now. Look at this. High gear into garage, fast lane out. Maybe there's that gravity well, but she doesn't care. Completely avoids it. Comes down to Amy and her side pull, but she gets traded by Polly. And that's the site handed over onto FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Great gravity well there as well to kind of pull Muffin Loop in. So you can see that FULLSENSE Sapphire, they're a lot more coordinated in these pushes. Even though, yes, maybe the KO kind of telegraphed where things were coming from, more than enough for them to try and secure things. They've recovered the Vandals now. Nano Swarms, obviously, to kind of buy some time. They have the bot as well here towards Garage, and so it's going to be a difficult retake now for Global. They have information on where one is. The trade comes on in, but she can use that Cosmic Divide to try and buy her some space and some time. The stun at the ready here towards Garage. You have to park herself, just burn that time, waste things out on Rose, who has no real intuition on the timing here that she's setting on up. Great time being burnt! And Baby TZ just secured it. No time for the half. No, she got it. She did. Half a second left. And Global barely scraped by.
Yeah, those couple of shots that tagged up Baby TZ as she tried to kind of B-hop and air straight back into Garage. That's how Rose really capitalizes on this moment and turns things around. I mean, great coordination. First of all, impressive that Polly has a Cosmic Divide in round 3. Second of all, I mean, the way that you have this tandem duo working off of each other's utility, Kiri and Rose. First of all, the recon allowing them to pick off, I believe it was Polly, and then just kind of playing that one-on-one perfectly. That's one way to come back from the game, and this definitely inspires confidence for the remainder of the map.
Well, I mean, still, they get the plant off, some damage done. You can see the buy here from Global. Not exactly the most fruitful just yet.
True.
Let's see where that turns out. Rose.
Right there.
Luckily, she can play in this spot because she knows that the suppress from Ginny has been utilized, but at some point has a pull on back. You want that breach to kind of be towards that A-link instead of one of the hard anchors on the site when the execute comes. Otherwise, you can face a deadly proposition where you won't even have time to set yourself on up here. Great shot from Muffin Loop to get things going, and that halts Full Sense from continuing.
I mean, they're making some reads of their own too. I kind of like that. Now rotations coming through. Baby TZ meant to lurk, but instead gets taken down. So Full Sense, with 30 seconds left on the clock, they kind of almost have no choice but to push in, despite that sort of budget weaponry from Global Esports Phoenix. That's it, though. Holly and Alyssa just walk in and take down the entire site by themselves. Just like that, we're back to a 2-on-2 spike planted, Blackenblue. Oh, and we got Secrets.
That's unfortunate. They had an advantage there, but just kind of gave themselves up into committed positions that fall prey to those kind of contact plays. Alyssa gets the one, has a great chance here to kind of circumvent Meow. Didn't even realize where she was. Oh, showing her back. The best way to do it as well. Pulls out the classic. What is she doing? Alyssa. Difficult position to be in, and just think a bit of overconfidence there. Losing them the round, but at least Global, hey, able to string up a second when it looked dire at the 2v2.
I'm not even sure. It's just, yeah, it's well played by Global, and Alyssa kind of fumbling a little bit towards the end. Interesting decisions to go with the classic. I could see that it would be effective at that range, but still, not having enough information about where exactly what
She didn't have ammo. She didn't have ammo is what happened.
Oh, because of the spams.
Because of the spam.
Wow.
I thought for sure that she had still a bunch more in the mag. I counted
Thank you
15,
for
but
catching
apparently
that.
it was 5.
That is nuts. But okay, that makes a lot more sense. But still, I mean, that's it. Good attempts from both sides, but Global Esports Phoenix, you know, knowing how to go in with the retakes this time. The hold was great as well.
Well, they do win the round, Quack, yes, but still, 5v3 that turns into a 2v2 at the end, because we've seen this on Breeze, actually, from Global, where they have an advantage, and yet they don't capitalize on it, or they don't even play to secure the advantage. That at this level, you have to. You can't play those type of committed positions, which, while unlikely, still leave a chance, a possibility for the opposing team to take you down one by one. That's exactly what happens. No way to play safe, no way to kind of trade off of each other there. FULLSENSE Sapphire just almost able to convert a round that should have been assuredly Global's. Operator out now for the first time, and Muffin Loop is great on that.
Another really useful tool.
Concealment.
And I see what you're saying, right? I mean, again, it's just kind of how they attempt to pull their opponents away from the sites, but this time not really working out so well. We're gonna bank in on the overdrive and the fast lane instead. And Muffin is just going ham on site. Global Esports Phoenix comes back in with some guns of their own, though, and without the arsenal afforded to them, FULLSENSE Sapphire will drop dead for the first time right now in this series. GEX in the lead 3-2.
Okay. Global. Nicely done to mitigate the amount of damage Muffin could have done there on the push. Obviously with Muffin Loop finding the opening pick. Just making things a bit more easy to convert, not having to deal with that KO. Can kind of equalize things up. Suppress the utility from being active for a moment. FULLSENSE Sapphire, though, I have no doubt that they're gonna come back with a round of their own at some point, but the ultimates here from Global are quite heavily stacked against FULLSENSE.
Yeah, that's something they saved up from that previous round win. But look at this on the minimap. They FULLSENSE just sprinted into B site.
Take this.
Okay. Retakes though. They're just gonna push against GEX instead. Kicking things into high gear. 2 more frags down. Rose has the Roll of Thunder, and that's something that I'm kind of worried about, though, and there it goes off. But with the positioning from FULLSENSE Sapphire, they're kind of solid.
Well, they're gonna have to find some way to rectify things here. Global, even with their ultimates a while ago, not able to do it. They have the Cosmic Divide. Muffin, off the lurk. I'm not too sure they're aware of this, but that window player is gonna be a big problem here. She has no idea that Baby Teezy's right behind her. And that's a nail in the coffin. Rose left alone, out of her hands. Only gets the one as well, and Baby Teezy saves the op. Actually gets it just to have a bit of fun, but yeah, immediately FULLSENSE respond.
And that's their plan. I mean, I don't know if this was something that was cooked up from Coach Obi or Ginny's call to decide to push into B at such a critical moment, but they did that so decisively. And despite reading those ultimates from GX, they just pushed straight into A-Link to take further control. And with that, I mean, Rose threw out their own thunder, but it was purposeless. Like, nothing was made, nothing happened off of it. So, a little bit of a weird moment, but 3-on-3. And off to the next round we go. Trying to set up a bit of a C split. I'm pretty sure Muffin Loop hears this, gets tagged out by the Trailblazer. Fast lane again, it splits the side into half, sprays over the place, and it's 2 frags down. Paulie adds another to that equation, and we're down to a 2-on-5 retake, Blackenblue.
Oh, FULLSENSE just so much more on point. A lot sharper here than Global have been in their round wins. Now, Global, they've won more rounds, yes, earlier on, but they never were as convincing as pretty much all of the round wins that we've seen from FULLSENSE so far. And now they're starting to equalize that ultimate game on up as they're building some of their own, have burnt some off of Global. The lead just swaps back on over to FULLSENSE's favor with potentially a flawless round here to end things off unless Kiri finds a kill. Obviously, Turret's gonna kind of alert her to the oncoming attackers, but yeah, good cleanup. Work at the end, some damage done. Some fun, but still FULLSENSE with the lead now.
Well, Global Esports Phoenix had that lead for a while. Now that FULLSENSE Sapphire has wrestled it away from them again, and their economy not, looking in the best shape, it's going to be a little bit tough before GX comes back into this map. So maybe this timeout will be something that they can use to turn things around once more. Still, they have their ultimates, and Amy's lockdown is something that they can definitely use in a retake as well.
Oh, for sure. Especially now that you kind of burned that Rolling Thunder away, though.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that I really...
Yeah, that's a good burn from FULLSENSE here. The thing is, with that lockdown, you say you play stat right, but then off on the retake, if you time that Cosmic Divide right, you can dissuade them from pushing as deep as they normally would on the defensive retake there, just because of the pressure of that Cosmic Divide kind of being a nuisance, a wall in their face, quite literally. And so it's not the most direct counter, but it is one way to dissuade effectivity off of lockdown retake like that if FULLSENSE can play their cards right here. And so far, the hand that they brought in has been perfect for dealing with Global.
I mean, that's why we're seeing a lot with these initial entries from Muffin and her Neon plays. And at the same time, I like what you're saying about the Cosmic Divide, though. Let's see if it can be a versatile tool enough for either of these teams to make use of it. But for now, it's just simple, keep strafe, click and shoot. We have the C site. Let's keep going. We're in there like swimwear. And Muffin this time gets fragged out by Kiri. A good pop flight from Ginny, though, and she's afforded a triple. Amy comes back in for just a moment. But unfortunately, without the coordination, Meow16K drops dead instead. Amy is the only one left. And a good flick to start things off. But now in a 1-on-2.
Lovely stuff. She has a lockdown. It wouldn't be entirely out of the question to use this here. But Baby Teezy and obviously Paulie just making sure they leave nothing to chance. Kind of stacking things up there. But, I mean, who knows how luck could have went. FULLSENSE, another round in their pocket. Obviously, kind of a proper buy now coming from Global. But you can see when Global just tried and I guess, do these rat plays where they just push out a smoke from garage or something. FULLSENSE are mostly at the ready for that.
And that's why if you were in GEX's shoes right now, you're gonna have to think twice about every decision that you make, because you're trying to pull out different plans from your playbook, but everything is getting countered.
Yeah.
Even if you're trying for rat plays, you're just getting dissuaded from everything. It's not
Exactly.
Not a feels good moment.
They'll make them hesitate, which is an even bigger problem now, and being decisive on the retakes, which, look again, free plant here for FULLSENSE, no real problem. Retaking the B site with an op, not easy to do. And look at how much pressure FULLSENSE are putting here towards A-Link.
Oh, okay, here we go, lockdown in. Rose is peeking off of it too with a jumping shot of all things. Muffin and everyone completely backs off under window because that's the one spot that they've got. Baby TZ with a counter lockdown though, and it is ticking away. Nobody from FULLSENSE Sapphire has been detained so far, and with time pushing back against them, GEX has lost momentum. Baby TZ back into the fray, finds yet another. Last player detained, and she's trying to hide, she's trying to hold on to her weapon. She's thinking about picking the op up, but can't quite. All right, she's got it, run! No!
Oh no! Kiri! The forbidden fruit. The apple of which not to eat. She tried and she got beat.
I'm out of words. She got beat, man. She got beat.
That temptation there. The absolute definition
I thought
of...
she would have gotten it, like with the B-hop.
I think so too. I think, if she didn't hesitate, once more, hesitation is defeat, she would have made it out of that. What alive, saved the op, given it to Muffin Loop, and who knows how things could have gone on in, but FULLSENSE Sapphire just so sharp is the real word I can use for them here.
Concealment.
This play though. Sneaking under window. All right. Oh my god, but Polly checks.
I broke your mirror.
She does. Once again, Quack,
Ultra
intuitive
instinct.
and so sharp. They're just so aware of what's to come. A step ahead.
They're seeing everything, Blackenblue. Oh my god, even with the stutter step into A long. Bit of hesitation, Kiri gets a tag instead, but still the sight with this fast lane all the way into hell. Kiri getting checked. A good tag though. And Ginny with the fragment of all things takes down Rose. They burn away. The site is once more handed over onto FULLSENSE Sapphire.
The thing is, the execute here is very heavy for FULLSENSE against Global. They have stuns towards a backside, typically Gravity Well, Nova Pulse, yes, but also the relay bolts, obviously from Muffin, and then the execute coming from the KO. Just so much to deal with here that if you're the defense, you kind of almost have to play forward or completely back. You can't play within that site. You're seeing the anchors being completely overwhelmed, completely overrun. And FULLSENSE Sapphire, another round for them. So Global here, they have the tools to make something happen. I just don't think they've been necessarily using it to its fullest extent.
It's tough. And I mean, it's like what we're talking about. There's so many factors. Yes, they have a kit that they can make use of, but sometimes, with the mental factors coming into play, we've seen them try to play it on site, doesn't work out. We've seen some retakes. Sometimes it works out, sometimes not quite really. And in that previous round, Meow was trying to pull off a rat play. It didn't really work out as well. So now with an aggressive pick out from Muffin Loop, maybe this is a round where they can turn things around.
Great rat play here from Amy. Can maybe find another, but good trade from Meow instead. Keeping sure that they retain the advantage in this round. Polly, it's all left to her. 1v3. They have to know she's somewhere here towards the garage. Possibility. Ever so persistent. But Rose is just at the ready once again. So Global. Okay, that's more of what we want to see.
Last round
Great stoppage there.
Exactly, putting a stopper into things. First of all, the operator. Very, very effective tool, especially in the hands of Muffin Loop and her jet. But apart from that, it's that read onto the C site. It's the read with the rat plays coming into factor as well. Meow 16K backside, Amy with the off angle, and it just completely puts a halt to FULLSENSE Sapphire's pushes. Next round though, and we are exploring this map.
Oh, we definitely are. Let's see what strengths we can go.
They're pulling rotations.
Complete faking out here in defense. Rolling Thunder burnt as well. On a completely bogus attempt. At least they take Muffin down. But that confirms that, hey, it is kind of open here. Baby Teasy gets the one towards his C site. Plant should go down. No more ultimates for the retake. But because they've already been able to get towards the C site, they could send a lurk up here towards mid. Not going for that option though. If you're full sense, you have to get somewhat aggressive and try and equalize the man count.
It's somewhat close to even odds. So it just comes down to the numbers advantage, and that's why they're trying to hold and make fuse and burn down as much time as possible. But what a flash point. Tailwind through as well. And then Amy peeks out of garage. They've got this long angle, but how long can you really hold on to this? You can look at the mini-map. Ginny's going through garage at the same time and manages to take down one more player, but the defuse gets stuck regardless. Blackenblue, what a gnarly retake coming in from Global Esports Phoenix.
A good retake from Global. It was a good fake as well, but even better are our panel.
Thank you, gentlemen. GE Phoenix this time around with a much better 5-7, more of a respectable finish in the end of this first half. Raph, how do we feel?
Well, to be honest, as we mentioned, the step one is to kind of get that game plan going, and we can tell with Global Esports Phoenix way of play right now, there's a protocol that's still somewhat developing. I feel like there were a few moments where there were a lot of opportunities for FULLSENSE to just kind of go for the full confidence play. Thankfully, Global Esports did have the correct punishes for it, but at the same time, I'm glad that FULLSENSE is shuffling from very, very textbook play into a few more unconventional ones. I do fully agree with what Blackenblue said with the breach. I think it's a very, very common pick on Haven for good reason. And it seems that Global Esports does have a lot more success when they do kind of play a little far off. However, there's still a few moments where they're disjointed with map movement, especially with moments like Polly checking under window and Manju visiting. Yes, we're here. Okay, the game is still going. Don't worry about it.
I love your hair. Anyway, after the switch, G gonna go on the attack. How we feeling? Are we smelling that map 3?
I have a feeling that we could go into a map 3 as long as they can capitalize on their picks a bit better, which once again is a byproduct of their somewhat disjointed map movement. I think the casters pointed it out earlier too, is that when they do get those advantages, they just can't snowball off of it effectively.
Yeah, Nico saying, at this level, you absolutely have to make those advantages count. Well, we're about to head back into the game. Quack and Blue, back over to you.
Thank you very much there, Manju, especially for kind of blessing us with your presence on the broadcast. But more importantly, it's time to get to the second half where FULLSENSE have a good chance of closing things out. Now, one could argue on the defense that this comp they've brought in might not be as effective as what we saw in the first.
5-7 though, so it's still a really close scoreline where, a lot of things can happen in a most non-heinous way. Blackenblue.
Whoa, what's that supposed to mean? What do you mean non-heinous way?
I mean,
what?
This is a bogus journey, is what I mean.
Oh, I see. An excellent one for sure. But the push up here, FULLSENSE, going aggressive, a bit of a team flash, but that's fine. They at least get themselves into A main control, which sends the attacking side of Global all the way towards C. Gravity well at the ready here to really stop them on in. Dashes as well, but it's going to be difficult here for the anchors, I think, to get away with one. At least more than one. Good Ollie. Neutralized. Will they find another? It's Baby Teasy being taken down.
Suck it!
Here comes Muffin along with the rest of her squad, though. Alyssa able to provide fire support from the back. Rose sticks the plant from around back site, but watches the wrong angle. Muffin's just a little bit quicker. And now it comes down to final moments of gunplay. Alyssa just trying to hold that angle. The tap baiting out some peaks. It's gonna go down to the gravity wall though. Meow16k being a little bit more careful, but still the shots ring true. And Muffin closes things out with a headshot to boot. It is FULLSENSE Sapphire with 4 out of 4 pistol rounds today.
That's so unfortunate here for Global. Had an advantage, but once more, simply dissipate whatever player count advantage they had there. FULLSENSE Sapphire, I mean, it's a good idea in general to kind of go around, eliminate that C-Long from being held, but when it came down to the gunplay here on the site, just not able to make things on happen. He had good, I guess, ideas at the forefront of it, but it's about closing out those rounds that has been completely evasive from Global.
I mean, it's just so close, right? But still somehow falling short, and that's always been sort of the journey for Global Esports Phoenix. They managed to make some kind of a run in the previous Game Changer APAC Opens, but always falling short, especially up against teams like FULLSENSE Sapphire. And right now, playing off a bit of an aggressive defense, they're just gaining control over a lobby and taking shots at GEX. Oh, look at that backslide, and then the final spray from the Spectre. Flawless win, Blackenblue. Flawless.
Clean. Very sublime from FULLSENSE. Sublime!
One enemy remaining.
Have you not seen that? Right, you haven't seen Barbie movie. And your name is Ken.
I'm
How
sorry.
can you not have? Your name is Ken. You don't get the joke. It's okay, Quack. You're literally a Ken.
I am.
Anyway, yes, they can. They can. Global, though, on the comeback here. Aggressive A main control trying to be seized on over from FULLSENSE. As we've seen them put importance into controlling that section of the map here so far in the second half.
And it's again this early A lobby control. I'm very certain that GEX are aware of this, and that's why they're kind of not challenging it. But they do have a chance at making something happen, though. I mean, you've got so much utility. Rose can quite literally stun a lot of them. And instead, perhaps GEX is trying to explore Garage or maybe even B instead.
They get the alarm bot down off the shock dart here towards B. Now it's going to pull the attention of FULLSENSE to be a bit more, I guess, wary of a potential flank coming in from either link. But FULLSENSE have a good read on this. They're not over-boosting. They're sticking to their guns. They know that if it's a B hit, they have a fast rotate, a rather fast wraparound onto that window. And
30
so
seconds
C
left.
is really looking like the biggest, I guess, option here for Global, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Committed position by Polly, but this is actually a good spot for her to maybe get one off. They capture her, never mind, she gets to one still. Maybe a second, a third for Polly! Unstoppable! Unfallible! And Polly completely
10 seconds
dismantled the push!
Long.
1, 2, 3, and to the 4. She gets 3 spray downs, and then hops on over, picks up a Vandal, and then a shot from a Marshall from behind gets the 4th kill. I have never seen this before.
With a Bulldog as well. And I mean, I mentioned that it's actually a pretty good spot for her to be in that push specifically, but I never would have thought the result would at least equate to that. 10-5, Global on their last dying breaths here, potentially have one round to give and then their last gun. So let's see what happens on FULLSENSE. Once more, contesting A main has been their game plan here so far, and Haven flashes on out, nothing connecting so far. Quack do get the trade up.
And then the concuss. Okay, we've got guns. We're challenging this. It's the sheriffs that are here to play. GEX not out of the fight yet, and they are still in this to win it. They're going into the site now. Polly wrapping back around, and once more, her holds are immaculate.
Charlie, I face one. I kill him. My ult's ready.
My goodness. I mean, a valiant effort for sure by Global there, but this is where this is the entire encapsulation of this map comes down to. 11-5, and they have to convert. This goes match point. I'd say they're done for this series, but they win the 6th, and then maybe a 7th, force a difficult economic state for Full Sense after, gains them potentially the 8th or 9th even, then you have a real game in your hands. But it starts with this first step, and Global have to convert.
Man. Just gotta make it happen. And this is the round to do it. That's why they're taking things so slow. They really want to make it count, but again, surmounting pressure, and Full Sense are controlling this. You've got Muffin and C Cubby. Before that, they were controlling A lobby, and with so much map control, Global Esports Phoenix are second guessing themselves. Just trying to check and make sure that every single corner is clear, but that takes time, Blackenblue. And if, you know, we're thinking about 2 rounds ago, they only went for the site commit at about 30 seconds left, and that's one of the reasons why Paulie was able to collect in such a huge moment. 50 seconds, and we're walking into A.
They're playing off the site as well. They know they have lots of retaking going here. Cosmic Divide, obviously, but Solid Command as well. They pop it actually with leaving Vinny on the site. Maybe TZ's able to get one off of that, but the frags are definitely going to favor Global here. So I'm not too sure if that was the best decision to make for Full Sense. They're paying a price for it, and luckily Global able to capitalize off of the kind of positioning error here from Full Sense.
Lurk from Meow 16K as well. Alright, footsteps from Melissa. She's kind of watching her back just in case.
Take this! Go, go, go!
Here comes Muffin trying to drop into sight. So far so good. Slides into hell. Whiffing her shots though.
She thought she was dead. You saw Muffin there kind of flick away for a moment. Yeah. Unfortunate. Happens to the best of us, but
Yep.
this is the one we were talking about, Quack. A first step in the right direction.
This is where it could all begin for Global Esports Phoenix. Potentially pushing us into the 3rd map, and that would be Bind. Where I foresee it being a little bit more of a toss-up. There's that little flick away that you were talking about. 6-11. But what is this? What am I seeing right now, Blackenblue? We've got Baby TZ on the operator.
Why not? Why not? By all darn means. Oh, definitely. I mean, it's not too unorthodox for sure, but Muffin, would she even expect a close corner here? Yes, she does! Rose taking on down the stun, though. She's not accurate enough there. Hopping on up, and Global are putting up a hell of a fight here. 1v2. Baby TZ not even having a chance to pull out that op, and they take her down. So Global looking really good. This is what I was talking about, and now economy for Full Sense, not the best. They should have kind of a force buy for this one round, but after that, that's when the lower economy state is going to hit them. And hey, Global, they're on the right path.
Definitely making the right steps, the right direction. Full Sense Sapphire, though, I mean, you can see the idea, but it just kind of feels a little bit too chaotic and didn't quite go their way, although it came really close to it. And I love that Muffin checked the close corner as well. But hey, they got a 4 round gap between them, so they can keep making this happen. They've still got enough bank to buy up on another operator. Baby TC going back in for the repeat. Oh, she's gonna back up a bit.
Rolling Thunder connects here. Obviously, Global right behind it, right behind the crashing wave. Baby TZ, another operator come out from her, but it connects this time around. 2v3. Along the smoke, but it dissipates at the most inopportune moment here for Global. Full Sense, 12-7. As now match point secured.
Match point.
This is incredible. I mean, Full Sense Sapphire are having fun. It's match point. You still got the operator, and you know, several ultimates at their disposal, especially for Global Esports Phoenix. So they're not out of the game just yet. They can still keep making plays happen.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, lovely connection there. Obviously, one person's misfortune is the other's favor. Unfortunately there for Global, it was them on the losing end of that short stick pull. Full
And they
Sense.
had another Rolling Thunder in that round too.
They did use it to kind of initiate things out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was fair to use. They've got 4 coming up into this, which should be more than enough, but should is far from a definite answer.
Should is a whole lot different than did. I am failing
Yes,
English
Quack.
right now, but hey,
Yes, Quack. You're right.
7 to
Complete.
12. There's a lot of pressure on GX's shoulders. A lot of ultimates that they can use though still again. So just starting things up now, it almost feels as if we're preparing for the final moments. FULLSENSE Sapphire wanting to take the fight to A-Long, to A-Lobby again. And Global Esports Phoenix not backing down from this.
A main fight here. Another team flash coming on in here, but even better coming from Muffin Loop. Obviously Rose there, good flashpoint from her off the breach. Counter stun as well. Now Global have an advantage. Let's see what Ginny's able to do here, because she's the one who can really throw this for a loop. Baby Teasy gets a one, gets another. She's going unchecked. Nobody watching her. And look at this, Baby Teasy up close. Gets these picks going her way somehow.
Oh, and then the lockdowns. Oh, what are you gonna do?
She has hers first. Counter lockdown here, but it doesn't even come to it as Baby Teasy closes things out climactically at the end. Up close with a 4K, a quad kill clutch at the end of things. Incredible stuff here from FULLSENSE, but I mean, it's hard to say. We didn't expect it.
That's true.
Unfortunately.
I can't. They are the defending champions. You said that before, right? And then
yeah,
it is Baby TZ with her operator, and then back to that kind of sentinel anchor site player kind of play. And you know, loving that randomization as well. Before that, she was on C, and then swapping over onto A off of that, you know, a little bit of that early contact. It's just smart, and it's so sharp. FULLSENSE Sapphire punches their ticket forward into the upper semis.
Well, I mean, for FULLSENSE Sapphire, we already talked about, you know, them kind of being the reigning, defending champions, and we saw how last year, teams, people, even as talents, didn't really expect them to go the way that they were, but they look in proper form once more to retake that title. But to take up our space and talking time so we can shut up for the meantime, it's our panel.
Don't say that, Blackenblue. But guys, FULLSENSE, full slay in GE, sending their bodies down to the lower bracket. We doubted them a bit earlier in the year, but I just love that this team absolutely knows when to peak.
That's true, and I feel like with the composition in hand, I feel like the KO definitely lends itself to FULLSENSE, especially on a lot of those takes where the suppression just had a lot of value, and then you kind of throw in Baby TZ there with the operator, which is, once again, unorthodox to say the least, wreaking so much havoc. And I mean, FULLSENSE, they're really looking in top shape, but not to fear all our Global Esports Phoenix fans out there. We still have the lower bracket and still another chance at the very, very top. But for now, the defending champions, well, defend their stake.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love that this team, you know, like they played Haven, 14 times earlier in the year and pretty much ran close to the exact same composition every single time. And here, today, right now in Elite, this is when they bust out the KO, they bust out the Neon. Like, there's gotta be no team that would have tried to practice against this for FULLSENSE. I mean, they're just geniuses. I don't know how they cooked this up, but they did. And the MVP, of course, is gonna go to Poly 2013 269 ACS on that Astra as well. Whew, 19-9 for Baby TZ and 16-12 for Muffin also.
Yeah, and again, with this type of composition that FULLSENSE was running, it just made it so difficult for Global Esports to have any sort of control over a lobby, especially. We saw a few rounds kind of go awry when FULLSENSE decided to overextend just a little bit. They, at the very least, just a little bit, right? At the very least, Global Esports to have that punish game unlocked, and they definitely had a better showing, especially in comparison to Breeze, but they still have a few things to work on. Hopefully, this is still going to be a long tournament for them, a long elite stint. But with that being said, still big congratulations to FULLSENSE to being an absolute dominant force on their opener.
Yeah, for sure. They will be playing tomorrow. That's their next match in the upper bracket. They'll be playing the winner of the next series, so either RQ or Scythe NWJ, however the later series goes. But for the GE fans, as you mentioned, not to worry just yet. They've got a day to rest up, kind of regroup, figure things out before they come back on Thursday to play their next game in the lower bracket. That one is going to be the do or die for them. And I don't know, Raph, what do you think GE can work on in the next 2 days?
I think really it's the stability on their map movement, because once again, the biggest problem here was just how they would route themselves and initiate the protocol when they would either lose a member or get a pick. It just seemed like it was super scrambled, and they couldn't get a springboard to take the momentum away, because there were really times where they would really contend when it comes to just the gunfighting and the utility shuffle, but when it came to the mid-round, it just seems like there was so much difficulty in just getting themselves into strong positions.
Yeah, MVP to Polly, well deserved. And the thing is, she plays the Astra, right, for her team, but yet she has that cracked aim that you don't really ask of your Astra players, but that she just casually has anyway. There was that spray down as well. I think that was her, and this at C Long also. That was like she got 3 kills and then a 4th one too. That round was absolutely nutty. But yeah, I mean, props to FULLSENSE. They definitely showed up just as we thought that they were going to, and making swift work with this 2-0.
That's true. Again, you had the tempo pushers with the KO and the Neon, but you also need the stability of the Astra, of your backline, and we just saw all the gears go in full motion for FULLSENSE.
Yeah, and GE, I mean, they did have a better showing on map number 2. They played a little less scared. It did look as if, map 1, maybe uncharacteristic for them. Maybe they needed, that little warm-up map in map 1. Map 2 was better, but a little too late. Hopefully, they do come back stronger on Thursday. But guys, that's going to be it for us for now for the English broadcast before we come back with Series 2 between RQ and Scythe NWJ. The Thai broadcast has an interview with Alyssa if y'all want to go check that out. But for us, we'll be back in just a bit.
Money in the bank.
Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Back down, up, back down, back up.
money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine.
and welcome back to day number 2 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. We just witnessed FULLSENSE Sapphire put in a full stop to G's upper bracket run, and now we're in for another treat because we've got Reirachu Kaguya going up against Scythe and WJ lined up for you guys. Raph, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Oh man, I feel like this is gonna be super exciting just because this is one of those matchups where we kind of expect Reirachu to do what Reirachu does, and that's going to be dominating the competition with firepower and just being very front-facing as a team. Meanwhile, the story of Scythe is something that I feel like a lot of us have been paying close attention to ever since, I believe it was the first Open, where they're the kind of team that will make it to the playoffs to all our Opens. They're going to be the perennial 4th, 3rd, but hopefully this time in Elite is where they really break through and get within that top 3 because, again, this is a very storied team. They've been together for quite some time, and we've seen their chemistry develop as a whole for a good minute now.
Yeah, 100%. I think Scythe also, they are the only full Indonesian squad this time around, and they've pretty much kept their entire roster throughout the majority of this year as well. And yeah, I think last year they played overtime, and then LCQ unfortunately didn't make it into Elite. I think they were just something like 7th to 8th place. This year though, they have made it to Elite, so it's just a wonderful story, and we're hoping for great things for them. I mean, I think this, out of all the 4 first matchups, was the one where we thought that, like, you know, this might be the closest. We might go to all 3 maps. But guys, we've got a snazzy video intro for the teams coming up. And that's the squad of Reirachu Kaguya. On your screens, Aluka, Ayumi, Best Iceberg, as well as Nabsky. And these girls just seem to be peaking at the absolute right time. They ended Open 3 in 2nd place after finally getting the better of their age-old rivals, FULLSENSE. They did lose to them 5 times earlier this year in playoffs throughout Open 1, in Open 2, and 3. And what better time to mount that comeback than right now?
That's true. And again, we mentioned and we talked about how storied these ladies are. And just to kind of highlight the whole matchup for everybody here, Reirachu Kaguya is going to be coming off of a grand finals loss, I believe, from Team SMG from their previous matchup. So they might be kind of going into this one with, you know, that extra pep in their step to just kind of, you know, get that rematch going.
Yep, but enough of Reirachu Kaguya for now. We've got Scythe ID. Crescent, Lynn Yamori, Uriphilia, and Sky Elise. I do believe Marsh is going to be sitting out Elite. She did play in Open 3. Unfortunately, you know, the roster, Scythe has decided to go for these 5 members for Elite. But whew, as we said, you know, they're the only full Indonesian squad this time around. Of course, Uriphilia, Yamori, some of the big names that we're going to be looking out for. I personally can't wait to see Yamori just whip out the operator once again. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty sweet to watch. It's definitely what I'm looking forward to. But yeah, Raph, you're a big fan of Scythe.
Oh yeah, and again, it's just really how resilient this team plays. Like, again, just if you look at their record and if you look at how they play, especially on long defaulty maps, they're definitely not gonna have a great start, but they always seem to be present all the way through. They're always gathering data. They're always trying to adjust to the opposing team, which, despite my, again, just interest in how both these teams play. I feel like there's definitely going to be a matchup problem against Kaguya because Kaguya loves to keep shuffling that offensive deck. They're going to hit you hard with a lot of executes, and they'll keep you guessing, which is, once again, a slight problem on the side of Scythe NWJ, especially with a veto like this with Haven as an opener.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting in particular. I think Haven for Scythe, is definitely one of their top 3, top 4 most played maps. I mean, it's Game Changers. Pretty much every Game Changers team plays a lot of Haven throughout the circuit. I mean, RRQ play Haven a fair amount as well. The interesting thing to note in this best of 3, though, is that for Split and Bind, I kind of want to say that Scythe look like they've maybe won the map veto because generally RRQ Kaguya try not to play Split and Bind as much as possible. So I'm thinking, if RRQ don't manage to win that map number 1, they might be in for a bit of trouble if it does go to that map 2 and map 3.
I agree, and I feel like it's on Scythe to truly lead this dance against RRQ Kaguya, which they've historically had a bit of a problem dealing with. If Kaguya's not running you down, then it seems their tendency to fall into a slump gets highlighted. Again, it is a little bit of a mirror match here. We only have a difference in our initiators. We have the long-range initiators on the side of Scythe with the Breach and the Sova. Very, very traditional. On the side of Kaguya, we go for the double controller setup again. So, again, that rock, paper, scissors that we were hoping to see in that first match might just appear in this one.
Yeah, and really quickly before we toss over to our casters, what are your predictions for the series, Raph?
I think Kaguya might go with this one. 2-1 though. I'm a firm believer that Scythe is still gonna fight back, but ultimately it's the experience of Kaguya that might win the day.
You read my mind. I was thinking exactly 2-1 to RQ Kaguya as well, but that's, just the predictions. When it comes to the game, no one knows how it's gonna go. Once again, we've got our lovely caster duo for you guys. It's Quack and Blue.
Well, we end it on Haven a while ago. We start on Haven this time around here with RRQ versus Scythe. And for a team like Scythe, they've constantly been able to kind of separate themselves from the lower kind of top 8 teams that would make the playoffs typically, but they're going up against a different team that has kind of also separated themselves from teams like Scythe in terms of where they stand. So for Scythe, this is really one of the biggest opportune moments for them to show that they can stand toe-to-toe with some of the top dogs in the scene.
And I think this is a great map to make that happen. The fact that they picked this tells me that, hopefully they have studied up on how RQ Kaguya plays on this map. And if that was the case, no matter how much experience RQ Kaguya has, there is a chance that Scythe could actually come out on top for the first time. If you take a look at their individual head-to-heads, RQ Kaguya versus Scythe NWJ, most times it is RQ Kaguya coming out on top. But that said, this is now an RQ Kaguya also with Coach Ducky coming into the mix, and he's pulling out a lot of interesting things, Blackenblue. Look at that double controller. I am very curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, the Viper as well. On a map like this, very curious. What I do worry, though, is on the defense, you are going to have a lot less active information gathering possible on your team. A lot less trap potential to be made. Like, obviously, yes, the paranoia is still there for that, but it's about how they play the cards that they deal themselves over what necessarily is brought to the table. We like to say a lot of times, and so, let's see. Do Scythe overtake this series from the get-go? Or do RRQ sail to the finish as we open up with map number 1?
Y'all gotta shuffle that deck. You got those cards. You gotta know when to fold them. You gotta play them right. And it's always the duelists that we're keeping our eyes on. We know how strong Ayumi can be, and not a lot of people know this, but she is one of those big reasons why Alter Ego Celeste was doing so well last year. But same goes for Yamori, because she's often finding a lot of first kills and popping off along with it as well. Now, just kind of set up outside of B. They are prepared to rush in. They've got some flashes available. Crescents might be going in for this. Just going in for that full-on execute. Look at the tailwind in. And Yamori's clearing out the entirety of B.
And you're going for the flank, though, but see Sky Lee trying to catch him off guard, but Aluka keeps him in check. And look at the full retake here, coming in from the grass instead, touching it for sure. They take the link control, but only towards a link, moving there towards that ceiling position. They can kind of tap the defuse here, just to pull pressure. They've got the half, they've secured it. Paranoia, they can stick! They can stick! No! They take her down with the aftershock! Crescents barely comes on in when they need it to the most. 1v2, but it's not enough. Scythe take the opening pistol.
What an explosive start, Blackenblue. I mean, so many times we've seen RQ stick defuses before, clear game plans and retakes and whatnot. But this time, an aftershock with 2 pulses is what takes them down.
Oh, that was so close though. Not a bad idea at all to stick at that case. The aftershock barely buying them out of that one there. It came so close, but hey, good read at the end of things. They take that A-Link control away, which is the most opportune place for RQ to come for. If there ever was kind of a trap there. Outside. An open pistol is a great way to start for sure, and pick here in the second continues that idea.
I can definitely applaud what RQ are trying to do. You know, get a little bit more map control, pushing down mid. With this, they could perhaps jump up window, and if the timing is right, maybe set up a bit of a flank. But still, Alika as well as Oreophilia, excuse me, are watching a lot of these angles. That one bit of Killjoy utility around A lobby is going to be very pesky for Best to work against. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, I mean, all these Bulldogs, automatic weapons onto the site. It's slim and easy pickings for NWJ.
Last enemy remaining.
Okay,
Down A.
nabbing herself a few at the end, but
Creations were too
ultimately
primitive.
enough. Nicely done by NWJ. The way that they're able to start things off as well there with Sky Elise finding a pick off, I think it speaks volumes here how ready NWJ were for this series in general.
Spike down A.
And again, I mean, it's one of those things where it really gives you a bit of a boon to how you can play in this potential bonus round win. Yes, they've got 3 Bulldogs still, maybe not the best for Crescents as well as Oreophilia, but still relatively useful nonetheless. Meanwhile, RRQ actually trying to find their way back into this game.
Well, they have guns now to actually play with. Certainly gonna
Here.
have their case on out. Let's see if they try and get active here early on. Obviously, the idea with the double controller in general is conditioning early, but that's more effective on the attacking side.
Here.
On the defense, it's about we're trying to stall things out, right? Deny info off the attacking side on where potentially the defense is a bit more hurled up towards. With this Viper wall, I want to see how they utilize this. It's a wall that is made for giving up front side control,
Yes.
but that could just establish a kill box for them to capitalize on that front side when they give it up.
Okay, here we go. They're using it defensively, though, holding out backside instead. Bumping herself on top on flat, but okay, it kind of works out. Her teammates are here to back her up. So much fire support, and now all they got to worry about is C-Long. Nanoswarm will burn away at Best's speed, but it comes down to it, and Skyly still has more targets to hit. Running out of ammunition, she backs up. Her teammate continues to push up front, but Garage, as well as the site, is still locked down. RRQ Kaguya picks up their win.
Lovely stuff here, coming from RRQ. And the thing is, what's underrated about that wall as well is not just kind of like the backside control it gives you on the defense, but if you do go for the plant, that planter is going to be isolated from the rest of the team. They're going to be exposed to logs, leaving a logs player able to deny the plant if it ever does come. They're going to have to clear out that logs player, otherwise no go. So really lovely stuff we're seeing here from RRQ. And you definitely need that second smoker to make this fight work.
It really makes you think twice about pushing into C. And yes, that secondary omen as well is something that they can use. And that's why they have it. You gotta love Coach Ducky working his magic with this team. And right now, these compositions are working a treat. NWJ are, kind of stopped in their tracks. They're respecting a lot of these smokes.
Typical smoke here and towards A-Long. Just to try and info bleed as well. Make things more difficult. Obviously, Alika making first contact there, but Scythe, I don't think they want too much to deal with it just yet.
See him kind of hesitating, continuing here towards the safe site, but with the lurk already here towards garage, I think
No
we're gonna wager towards the other side of the map.
What I like is Iceberg making use of all this time to sneak into C Cubby, but also NWJ just trying to play it safe, right? Just get as much information as possible and try to listen to the sounds and figure out how many players are positioned towards each site, and also burning away at those smokes from Oreo. Alka, excuse me. Now coming into it, they've gone in for the execute on through B to A, perhaps, or if they're pushing out of short now. They've managed to take down Alka towards the backup. A link, and with that, they have the A site with 15 seconds left on the timer. Now it's going to be a tough retake for RQ Kaguya.
10 seconds left.
Scythe somehow get away with there. A bit of a scramble towards that A link, but things turn in their favor anyways. He said 2v4, very difficult. They have a cloud burst here to kind of smoke off the hell position, but there's a gap, a huge gap, way too big. It just makes it so much more difficult.
I need a replay. Was that spray transfer?
Show me where to go.
Did she do like a little? Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can't believe this was the game plan called by Crescents, the IGL of Scythe NWJ. They went from B into A with a bit of an A split with Orphilia pushing out A short, and that's how RQ just kind of did a double take turnaround. I was like, what just hit us?
Well, they threw lots of utility there towards that A link. You can see it, right? The opening flashpoint, and then the stun, and then another flash, and then the paranoia. Well, the final paranoia didn't connect on Nabsky, but Alka had hers, and that connected for sure. It's just unfortunate that RQ weren't able to get the punish, and things still turned out in Scythe's favor. But on the attacking side, they definitely need to be securing those type of rounds anyways, and so once more, a bit more orthodox in their at least pocket, and it's leaving a few more options in terms of initiating a fight for sure.
Right? It's a crucial round, something that RQ Kaguya could have really used to cement their momentum into the game, but at the same time, just with the fact that Scythe NWJ made such a call. And by the way, this team doesn't really have a coach coming into Game Changers APAC Elite. They're pulling off things like this with the utility that they have, and it's just, it is so fun to watch. Now we're going to round 5, and they're looking to capitalize off of this as well, given the fact that RQ Kaguya is on a thrifty.
Let's see here. Obviously, RQ on eco here, as you said. But this stack, if he can play this right, could be devastating towards RQ, rather towards Scythe's attack. With that toxic screen, rather poison cloud going on up, already dissuade Scythe from continuing on. And what you're seeing here is the difference between a comp made for buying space versus a comp made for confirming space taken.
Yeah, that's... Again, the magic of this double controller setup. I can't stop but think about how effective it is right now. NWJ are taking their time with this.
As they should. I mean, they still haven't given on up how much presence positions they have actually here within the site. Dash on up. I don't think Amori knows of the positions here coming from RRQ. And once more, they fall into the trap, into the waiting arms of RRQ, who are just way too ready to deal with him. Alka good for another here. Lin? Okay, that's a double. But ultimately enough, it's still a 1v3. 1v2 for Sky Elise. Sky's the limit. But she's got little time to work with here. Nabsky just has to weave and dodge, but the Yumi from C-Long secures it. And RRQ, the trap, the wolf pack waiting. It strikes and pounces.
And they just take a chunk out of Scythe NWJ. What a bite. I mean, Blackenblue, this is a thrifty win. I'm actually kind of shocked. Why did Scythe NWJ decide to commit to this particular site, despite the fact that we know how scary this toxic screen is coming out from Iceberg?
Get out of my way!
Now we've got
I guess they just were kind of short for options there. And you'd be surprised, right? They have a bit more information gathering and still we're unaware of how much we're actually set on up. Speaking of setups, Ayumi just takes Lin down, and that's their biggest piece of information gathering removed in this round. Scythe looking to be committed to, and once more RRQ are ready.
Yeah, Iceberg's just waiting for this. Yeah, and there is that thing that you mentioned about kind of buying space, right? It's just blocking off NWJ again. And they're gonna have to look towards another site. Wow. Flicks upwards, gets Elika, and with that, potentially the C site. But again, you gotta think about this toxic screen. And it's so easy for RQ Kaguya to just rotate back around this. 50 seconds on the clock, though, and NWJ has their options available to them.
It just slows them down so much. If you want to go through Garage in a C, you have to cross that toxic screen twice just to get to the C site. That's so much pressure applied, even just the perception of it. Op doesn't connect, obviously, and they're gonna have to retake with it here, but no, those blades missing as well.
Last
Are
one.
gonna be a big damper to their attempt. Blade for blades, but the Uni's got a few more to throw. It connects as well. Trades coming on here. Ariophilia double. That's a double now for her as well. Iceberg down to the 1v2 for Yamori, who connects with a classic, but just doesn't have enough left in the tank to take Nevsky down as well. RRQ come back with a round.
Great reads, and it's that great setup again. I mean, with Elika putting up that dark cover blocking off B for just a second, it kind of worked out well. We also have Ayumi with an opening pick on her operator towards A short, I believe, taking down that Sova coming up from NWJ. And it's so many of these plays that really slow down, kind of like what you mentioned, Blackenblue, NWJ's plays. It starts to trickle down and it grinds often to a halt. When that happens, the timer really ticks down. They start to feel that pressure. And that's why we go into round 7, 3-3. We've got 4 ultimates on Scythe NWJ's side, though.
3 as well on RRQ here to utilize. Oh, I like that. Early snake bite into the window. Perfectly timed as well. Just a nice Skylace of early positioning. Of course, that just further reinforces the idea of this comp to kind of confirm space, at least momentarily,
I got the spike.
as opposed to buying it on the attacking site's side. Rolling up here towards B, and perfect timing as well on that ult here.
Okay. That's a big obstacle.
Oh yeah.
Again, though, I'm thinking about those 4 ultimates. NWJ, they have a lot of options to work with them. Oh, what a jiggle. And with that, Ayumi's forced to back off. And this is now the C side potentially slightly more open, but Bess just sprays them down. 2 heads gone. And they stop for just another second, Blackenblue. Trying to play off the recon bolt. Lin makes her way in through the window. Catches on towards Bess, but now has to grind her sights over on towards Ayumi. Manages to make it happen, but caught in a 1-on-3. Finds yet another frag, but 30 seconds remaining, and the spike is down. Goes back in to pick it up, but at this point, she has only 2 options, C or B. We're gonna choose the former, and checking the wrong angle, Elika snatches her away instead. It's 4-3 in favor of RQ.
Lovely stuff from Lin there, but even better, I guess, to secure from RRQ in pushing through that garage with when the toxic screen goes up, makes the spam so much easier to connect with there. You can see Bess fully capitalizing on that fact. Or Lin. It's a nice attempt, ultimately enough, but heroics won't be what wins this game.
Oof. That's why, I mean, momentum is such an important factor. Right now, RQ is the one that has it. Another frag going their way. Good attempt, a good idea with that, such a hold, though, from NWJ.
NWJ, I mean, they are taking down the pick. A piece. Just a bit. And C site's not going to bode well for them if they continue down this path. Obviously, it would be much better to try and split things up on Garage, but they know that toxic screen's been a problem there towards that Garage, and you can see them being dissuaded already early on by it. Stun on connects. Does get the one, at least at range. Yamori for a second still 3v1.
Yeah. Really difficult, but if you can get as many alt orbs as possible in this round, yeah, I'll take it. Jumping over, Navsky instantly reading this. Lays out that trap, and it's RQ 5-3.
Remember.
And what could they really do in that round anyways, so... Nothing too big lost. The double stack here, not finding the up. We come into now the kind of final phase of the opening half, where you'd want to see this attacking side start to secure these next few rounds. You need the 6, especially the 7th. Coming on the defense here can be quite difficult, especially when there's so much more kind of pressure that can be applied here with the double controller on the attack. But Yamori, that's a good pickoff. Obviously, the op wasn't expecting it here on Naomi, so now they have a real good reason to barrel down towards A.
Hit him hard, hit him fast. Lockdown in place as well. They're still not necessarily committing. I guess they're trying to lure out Navsky's lockdown, and then Hunter's Fury comes in. We're finally making use of those ultimates and making our way into the site. There is a bit of a potential flank coming up from Iceberg, though. A palm flash from Vest, and they're trying to stop the spike plan, or at least go in with a fast retake. Skyly still able to cancel out those Seekers, shoots upwards, and holds them at bay. With that,
Orgeophilia was assuredly taking on down there, but no, he still stays alive. Quack, the retake to come on in. Player count heavily on Scythe. I think they're going to go for a save here.
Might make more economical sense. Just kind of holding some of these angles and waiting for it. NWJ backing off into A short and A long instead. Okay, a little bit unfortunate. And I was thinking that Iceberg might have set up for a bit of a flank instead, but maybe because of the utility from Skyly's, the Killjoy, she opted to go through A link instead. So, I mean, that's one way NWJ can break into a site, right? Aggressive, fast with Yamori, getting a flick upwards onto a Yumi. That was clean.
Yeah, nice option there, exercised by Scythe for sure. Maybe not big is their name anymore, but for certain, big plays coming on out from a player like Yamori here.
Oh, yeah.
The rest of the team has to follow in her path. But RRQ, they're not going to be dissuaded from pulling that op out once more. They saw it be quite effective earlier on. Trying to secure. Look at this. I love the smoke towards short. While it doesn't give you information on A long, it just kind of feigns out the attacking side if it ever does come there. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't though, as B is looking like we're going to commit.
Navsky is here. I've seen this play before from a certain team called Boom Esports, and they're just working off of bits of futility. Still though, the spike goes down, not affected by any of those snake bites or nano swarms. So it comes down to how NWJ holds this post plant. A Yumi trying to get that control of the garage, whips her shot, and that's now numbers advantage to NWJ. Oh, it's sticking.
Deadly to try and use that up close. The spam? They stick it? They got it? What?
These parasites aren't going to take.
I didn't even recognize or notice that was happening.
I can't.
And yet somehow the defuse.
It happened again.
No way. No way.
What is happening, Black and Blue?
I cannot believe it.
They almost made it happen in pistol, and then NWJ had a good read against that. But then, but then, in round
I was still
10,
so focused on the garage fight, I didn't even realize they were about to full stick defuse it by that point.
Double controller.
There you see it, coming to full effect, and once more.
Oh, this is love.
Smoking out here, yeah, cheeky one way as well.
Placing swarm grenade.
And then also for Alika to sneak into the corner. Really controlling so much of the map early on. 2 shrouded steps spent, but that's okay. And NWJ still just trying to find that little bit of early map control. I mean, they're getting pushed back so much, but they are also burning down RQ's utility.
Look at the push here coming from Iceberg. Maybe could have found timing on Yamori, but
turrets there.
Hesitate instead.
Revealing area.
Site is where they're going to be going. Recon telegraphs that. I don't think she's going to get scanned at this corner. Yep, doesn't scan that corner. Allows Alika to do exactly that. TV back out to safety, but should have just used the shrouded step. barely gets out to safety.
All right, at least we got Yamori on Scythe though. Paranoia comes out. Best still landing a shot, and then another from Alka with the Phantom, a triple kill, another one from Bess, a flawless win for RRQ Kaguya.
Oh, that was so dangerous there. Alka almost taken on down from the bricks when Yamori swung her. Luckily able to get out to safety, but what a shot to be connected here as well on the site when it did come from Bess. Double taps through the Radiant box. Connects as well for the third here, Alka. Shutting down the complete attack here of NWJ. That was just the two of them. Hunter, killer, wingman system they got going. It worked out beautifully.
I love it so much. It's like just setting themselves up for success with those plays, the dark cover. I thought perhaps with their utility being burnt away that they might be playing, you know, at a disadvantage, but just with sharp shooting, they make it happen again. And now, a bit of a similar plan for NWJ, but this time less resistance. They managed to make their way onto Scythe. Spike will be planted. It's the last round of the first half, and they have some ultimates to work with. NWJ might be able to turn this into a 7-5.
Retake, come on in here. Frags so far going into Scythe's favor for the most part. Alka gets one at the end, but that round is done as quick as it started.
Switching sides.
NWJ. Okay, that's a round. At least to close out this first half and maybe bring things back in a second.
Alright, and with that, I guess our panelists will come in to break down the first half for us. 7-5. Rafa and Reirachu, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Definitely the closest half that we've seen today. Scythe seeming to be playing very safe. Raph, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's very characteristic of Scythe to play that way. I feel like this has been a trait that's been with them since the first open we've seen them in. And honestly, I found it incredibly smart. For the first few rounds, they just outright ignore a lobby, which is pretty much patented by Kaguya to dominate, at least for our very own game changers, right? But as you can see, RRQ, they quickly adapt to it. NWJ can't really effectively freeze that defense reliably, especially on the gun rounds, despite how competitive it has been. But with Scythe prioritizing that safety, as we mentioned, I feel like stylistically, it's been working well, yes, but it's kind of allowing RRQ to do shenanigans such as kind of jumping out the windows and doing all these hyper-aggressive pushes. Naturally, it has been punished, but at the same time, I feel like they were kind of giving too much allowance on this defense to kind of go wild, especially on those retakes.
Yeah, a lot of things going for Scythe. Like, they've got good reads, they've been making the most out of their ecos. How do we feel this is going to go after the switch? Who's going to take map 1?
Oh boy. So the thing is about Scythe, they had the choice to kind of ignore A-Long here and just to not contest it as an attacker. This time around, RQ's definitely going to keep hammering that down, and they're going to be hinging their defaults off of that. Question is, how passive is Scythe going to be when it comes to that specific part of the map?
All right, well, it's going to come down to that. We about to find out. Gentlemen, back over to you.
Well, questions raised for sure there by the panel and by us as well, but it will only be answered by continuing the second half because Scythe really do have a chance to turn things around here. When they get going, it looks spectacular, but their lows have been arguably a lot more frequent than RRQ's have in that first half.
And it just makes RQ's composition look amazing when those plays happen. But you have to admit, yes, Scythe and NWJ's strength right now is when they do go in aggressive and when they can actually land a lot of their shots and flicks. It's just, that's their recipe for success. And if we can repeat that, then it will work well. But now that we've swapped sides, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. How does this Viper play out? We've got the toxic screen kind of preemptively placed towards A in this very particular fashion.
I like this wall. It's gonna just drain information out of the defense here from Scythe. Knowing if they've actually pushed up far. Well, now they do. They confirm that. They can see them right in front of their face. Yamori connects onto one. The push is going to come on in. They have to pull onto Graffiti. The smoke for the defense will try and keep him alive. But look at the swing here from Alka, able to connect up close. A double for Alka! He's going insane on the site. They take the front part of it. That should allow them to plant, but Yamori still alive, still lurking, Still waiting for an opportunity to strike. She's gonna find her moment. She connects on the double for Sky Elise at the end. And NWJ, they respond with a pistol.
This place is nice, but not
With
nice
that,
enough to
the
die
Sky
in.
falls
Let's
and
really get out of
crashes
here.
onto RRQ. The pistols, they're going back and forth. And right now, in favor of Scythe and WJ. I mean, such an incredible play. First of all, yes, that toxic screen is a really impressive one that they know how to utilize. But when it comes down to it, you know, talking about that discussion from before Blackenblue, buying space versus confirming it. This time, it wasn't really confirmed because Yamori was that obstacle in between them and the site. She managed to find so many frags and still stayed alive till that final second. Next round.
She was the first point of contact and ended up being one of the last ones still. So,
impressive.
Great resiliency there from Yamori.
She's up by 15 frags too.
Oh, lovely stuff. I mean, what do you expect from one of the hottest hands we've seen like throughout this year, really, as a duelist?
Okay, I guess we just walk into B and plant.
Yeah.
Spike
I mean,
planted.
they can do it to us, we can do it to them, I guess. RRQ here. B site is the option, seems, on the retake.
And Aftershock gets spent as well, and it's all classics and shares on the other side, so comes down to the smokes. They're trying to stick it. They're trying to spray through as well. Here comes Crescent. Classic walking in. Best managing to take that initial shot, but when it comes down to it, still, the automatic weapons will be able to fend them off. Oreophilia with a double at the end. 7-7 now.
For my shadows, they will hide you.
The automatic weapons. I was checking them down.
What do you sound like Bane?
For sure. It's supposed to be a Tom Hardy Bane. Alright. We'll keep it in. I mean, at least they got the plant down. At least they got going. And RQ here. Off to the races now. And hold on to this lead. Obviously, things have been tied on up. Bonus for Scythe. I'm sure they're going to be able to cut this one on up. That Viper wall once more placed here, which really has two effects, right? Aside from faking and conditioning, also cuts that C-Link, rather that A-Link, which typically you'd see a breach play in that spot for Crescent, so that just cuts even more information now from a very commonly played position.
And now it's just so cool as well. I mean, that Snakebite lineup in towards B Cubby, and they're trying to poke in towards Garage. C site, you know, it's that half buy from the previous round. I like how they're smoking this off and allowing for Sky Elise to play around it with a ghost, though.
Here.
Alright. RQ are sneaking in.
Yeah, just buying their time. Sky Elise here.
Uh-oh.
Untriggered discipline, nicely done. Connects on the second for Scythe, so just sharp here on the deep. Third this time falls in RQ's favor. The damage has been done. Scan confirms position on the site.
Spike planted.
Now they have a retake on their hands.
Alright, Yamori still has her tailwind, so she could just tap one and then back off, make it an even fight. But look at the positioning from RQ. Off angle being held, and Napsky just makes it a nasty spray down along with Alka to support. It's 8-7. We fight back.
On here from RQ. Look at Alka. She's at 18 frags already. And the next one on her team's at 9. And as an omen,
As an omen.
times, yeah, you'd think a controller can't really die, but when you got two of them,
Oh, yeah.
two of them,
When you got two.
you can let the other loose, and that exactly happening here.
It is working wonders, Blackenblue. And that's the thing about this squad as well. When Alka is firing off, she is firing off, and the whole team kind of does well as a result. Now on to the next round, and we are making use of that toxic screen from the shadows into the top of heaven as well. And oh no, the paranoia! Although it connected, still near sight, Lin does not care.
Yeah.
And it's a 5-on-4 now. Look at that.
Near the blind, never forget. That could have
Spike
been
planted.
very important for securing this ultimate control. But it's not getting obviously the lineup. Time turret.
I've
You're
got
off
your
the flag.
track.
God, anyways, that's big. Gonna take out a lot of stall pressure on the self. The retake on in here, Quack, but shot.
One enemy
Ooh,
remaining.
eyes drives in on the fight. It's all on the
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
And that's one way to fire off against your ex-teammate as well, or Ophelia, having used to play with Ayumi as well as Iceberg. But it just comes down to pure positioning as well as gunplay on the site. Despite having lost, early extremities with Alka and From the Shadows, maybe a bit of a flank hold, on the site itself with the Bulldogs, they still managed to make it work, and that is that RQ Kaguya experience. Sheriffs now. Okay.
Conditions. Scythe. Obviously, they got the lot here in the Hunter's Fury, but I don't wager that's going to come out in this round unless they got some picks
One
away,
enemy
which
remaining.
seems to not be the case. Everybody chiming on in. Now, all they need is for Ayumi to get a kill, and you got teammates on your hands.
Come on, Ayumi. This
Spike
is your
planted.
moment. She's kind of letting her teammates. She's watching for A in case Lid pushes out, but
Team player.
yeah. Oh, okay. Got the recon back online. Could toss that into mid. But it's just too darn difficult. So many targets right in front of her. All right.
Scanning ahead.
Still spots out the targets, but we were all holding our breath for that moment. RRQ. Just sharp shooting at its peak, and they've managed to gun down every single opponent from Scythe NWJ.
It wasn't really the most fair of fights. I believe a tactical timeout now called. Talk things over for sure. Definitely not out of reach just yet. Only the 3. That's one big swing. Op now out for Yamori. But with this kind of, once more, comp that they've got, right? It's going to make things so that RRQ, they're going to want to kind of really wrestle control away slowly here. And the thing is, NWJ, they have to be willing to give that up and play these trap setups. You have Paranoia combined with the fault line. You have many ways to kind of lure RRQ in, who are, once more, as they play that double controller, wanting to confirm space taken already over buying space out initially with their util. And if they let them in and then pounce, that's when we've seen the best out of NWJ come out, and that's where we're going to need to see them continue once more.
That's right. I mean, again, we've got some tools at our disposal. We've got that operator, and we can deny some space as well. So it's just always interesting to see how both teams clash into each other. I mean, I really want to see how they can make use of that toxic screen again, though. I mean, not only is it confirming space like what you're mentioning, you have that secondary omen, and look at what Alka's doing right now, peeking with the shrouded step. That's one way to gather info.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Definitely for sure. Lovely stuff so far.
Huh.
NWJ though, off the timeout. What can they do? Try and really halt this on in. The fault line, it better be thrown towards the right direction. B side is where it comes. They'll be able to capitalize off of that. You can see that the toxic screen obviously being a problem there, just cutting him off. Oh.
And it's a Hunter's Fury too. Well, it does block off a little bit. Now the spike. Oh! What a shot from Crescent. And that's another one due to the aftershock as well. The lockdown coming into play all the way from A short, or sewer if you want to call it that. Best now coming back in with the guiding light just to try and hold, but she gets detained. Navsky's the only other player, but she's so far back and has to come back in to deny the defuse, but Crescent has her number and dials it. It's going to be RRQ Kaguya trying to make it happen, but NWJ off of that timeout, such a great counterplay.
And once more, exactly what happens. Lure them in, let them in. They have those smokes. Time it right on when you pounce, because once those smokes go down, that's half of the util already. That's what they're banking on, confirming the space. But it's only for a momentary time. And once that lapses, you can see there that they've got more than enough to re-hit. It's about initiating contact, pulling back, and then counter-punching. Has to be the game plan here from NWJ on this defense.
Counter-punching, I like that. Just kind of like luring your opponents into leaving themselves open, right?
Yeah.
And what's really nice, you know, you mentioned that they still have more NWJ. Crescent still has her Rolling Thunder. They could go for a similar play in this round if they play their cards right. I mean, the positioning has to be pristine. But right now, Viper's Pit set up into B. And RQ are trying to distract NWJ from their current positions. It doesn't budge though, and that's the first shot sounded off. Swaps over onto Classic, goes off for a duel against a Yuumi, and it's gonna be her teammate that bails her out instead. Trades come through though, and Iceberg pushes past her Viper's Pit, coming in with a flank of her own. Oreophilia flushed out of position now, can't quite land her shots. It's gonna be Natsuki who takes her down, and we're into a 2-on-3. An attacking lockdown just to secure the spike plant. Skylease tries to fire off instead, but does not quite make it happen. Is this possible, Blackenblue? Can Lin make it happen?
Definitely so. I mean, we saw big stuff from Lin a while ago in the 1v5, but oh no, timing doesn't work out in her favor. Navsky actually could have swung off of this, but is actually waiting, which, while might not secure the round immediately, should end up with the same end result here. One-way smoke, spam on through, easy kill, and RRQ on path to continuing forward.
That is that next level coordination. I mean, Navsky, such a play. Smart to wrap back around of Garage, knowing that it was a 1-on-2 and she would have a little bit more space, a little bit more time to work with. And although it was a great attempt for Lin, you know, unfortunately wasn't meant to be. It's 11-8 right now, Blackenblue. And I hate to say it, but a very, very potential match point coming out in this very moment.
Unfortunately here, it's looking very true, Quack. RRQ. Completely bulldozing their way into the site. That's a Yuumi taking Yamori down. Oreophilia gets a double somehow. Skylease as well. Scythe putting up a bigger fight than one initially would have expected. Navsky 1v3 for her. Timing here doesn't get the spam going her way. Caught with the vulnerable off the alarm bot. And NWJ somehow have bought themselves a chance.
Enemy mark.
This is amazing. Oh, Navsky's still alive. Lands on her feet, able to take collect on one more, but Skylease with that stinger up close and personal just gives her a nice loving hug. We're down to 11-9, and that was a round that should have been RQ Kaguya's. But impressive classic shots and stinger plays coming out of this squad, and they keep their dream alive.
As a great man once said, should is different.
One enemy remaining.
They didn't commit. They didn't convert. But that leaves now Scythe here with a chance for sure. Great shutdown. And once again, they win a round where they're able to lure them on into the trap. See long, immediate fight, but it's actually best who gets the better of them. Rolling Thunder to try and counteract, but nobody there to really pounce off of that pressure.
And that's a great, well, okay, I thought the snakebite was, nah. Iceberg just keeping her teammates alive, just trying to fend her opponents off with that snakebite. So now we've come back to a brief moment of respite, and it's 5-on-4. And WJ still trying to defend.
I've got your trail.
Cloud's gonna allow them to get closer. Seeker is on out. Ayumi capitalizes off of that information, forcing presence out into the open. RQ once more. Ayumi, another for her. That's a double now. This might be a time to save on up because the rest of Scythe don't necessarily have economy to buy. They can drop both Skylease and Lin, so maybe fish for a pick, but that's all you can really hope for in this case. Give it on up, play the match point.
Turret out.
I'm almost scared to go for picks at this moment. Okay, Oh,
That's it.
Are we going?
Give it up.
Yeah, give it up.
You
Back
got
up, back up. Lynn.
Give it up. Run. Lynn,
Stop.
Guys, you need money. There's no point in going for this. I just don't want to take him on down. But unfortunately, they're the ones taking on down. They could have dropped Crescents. Yamori should have enough to buy up
Actually, yeah, I
anyways,
think
but
everyone could.
no. See, Presence is poor, or Ophelia is gonna have half armor. That's what I was worried about here.
Oh no. Not the best odds, but still a chance.
I mean, you never say never until it's done. But
Right.
Scythe certainly could have increased their chances coming into this. It's been a back and forth for the past few rounds, but RRQ. Let's see if they can close this out now.
Ayumi has been coming online. And if I were a betting man, I'd put my money on her. I mean, she's making it happen. And now, that same toxic screen, again, coming into effect. Yamori's trying to play off of it, trying to be careful. The curtain's fallen, and because it's such high pressure, NWJ backs off and opts to play it safe instead. Alright.
There's gonna be an execute on the site though. You can see that.
Should be setting up.
NWJ. They have lots on this site, but I would argue that Presence should be a bit further back. They're kind of trapped here. Now she's not going to be in position to throw out her utility. Now they're going to get overwhelmed. They can see Ayumi though gets the one. Luckily the gunfights are still going Scythe's way. It's a lot less heavy of a push than I would have expected to come from RQ, to be honest, but it will allow them to secure the plant on C.
Ooh. Managed to stick it, but that Skylease, yes, on a bit of a lurk. 2 kills into her bag. And an unsuspecting Elika going in to check. And manages to take her down, but 3 players stampeding forward now. Shrouded step to displace herself. And she's still trying to keep herself alive. That said, though, the Bulldogs will be able to spray her down, Blackenblue, and we're off to a 12-10.
Change of plans. Fortunately enough there to get them around back in return. I still do think that, you know, in that position there, you kind of need your breach to be a bit safer. So you can fight with the utility off the fault line, off the flashes. That really just came down to them winning those fights. Pure gunplay at the end of things there on towards that site on A, yeah. And luckily enough, they're able to hit their shots because otherwise, more times than not, that should have been RQ's round. Or at least sight on A.
Gotta watch out for RQ's executes. They're setting up for it again. This time Ayumi going for blades though. So NWJ gonna have to respect that. Ooh, the updraft. Just one is enough to take down Lin.
Well, that still works. Fortunately. Even with a single one.
Dude, and off of that, they are going elsewhere.
Oh, timing as well. Forcing a reaction there after the Trailblazer, and C site is theirs. This could be where they close it out, Quack.
It's the battle of the Indonesian teams, and RRQ Kaguya are coming out on top. 5-on-3. Can NWJ come back into the game? Ayumi is shutting down that very dream, dashing those hopes away. Crescents not gonna back down without at least a bit of a fight though. But look at the positioning. Iceberg Paranoia goes in for the spray. A second one going in, and they close this out.
Not even a modicum of a chance. No piece of hope given there at the end. Is simply put enough. They close it out real quick. So map number 1, good fight at the early stages of things. In the second half, kind of slipped a bit. Although I do think that there was definitely a chance there for Scythe to kind of take some rounds that ultimately should have been theirs. And who knows how this could have gone if they take map number 1, especially when you're the underdog. Taking that first map is huge.
It is so close, but at the very least, it does inspire confidence, and it's so many signs of life. We can see how Yamori is popping off as well. Hopefully they can give us a similar performance in map 2, which would be split. But for now, let's listen to what our panelists have to say. Raph and Reirachu, take it away.
Both teams playing do-si-do. Props to Scythe for fighting tooth and nail, but when the music stopped, it was RRQ on top.
That's true. I don't know what reference that is, what type of music you're listening to, but okay, you know what I mean? But, you know, just to highlight the strength of RRQ, in all honesty, they really played a very, very fundamental attacking side condition, see where the defense is going to be quite tender, and just kind of win out the gunfights from there. I believe it was like the last 5 rounds where they just kind of decided we're going to keep brute forcing C. If there's no resistance or if they can't match the energy of these hits, then it's going to be a Scythe problem. But as our caster said, that was almost a statement game for Scythe, because this is, after all, still a very RRQ map. For them to kind of open up RRQ and show a little bit of anti-stratting on their end could have been great, but the series is still quite long. Split, I'm very, very curious about, but RRQ did pick that map up, so they might have something else up their sleeve.
Definitely. I mean, we were saying when we saw the map Vita, right? That map 1 was the one that RRQ really did have to squeak that win out. And here are your MVPs for the map 1. It is Scythe on the Killjoy with that 2017 and 239 ACS for NWJ. But Aluka, star of the show right there, 23 and 14. Blackenblue just could not stop highlighting her and talking about just how good she was this game.
Yeah, Aluka really maximized the fact that, yes, there are 2 controllers, so she's going to have a little bit more leeway into being that much more aggressive and just, again, getting information and getting as much value as she can, aside from her fragging. Very, very close game statistically, but again, RRQ winning it out with experience and just a little bit of brute force here and there.
Yeah, I think the post-plant statistics are really interesting here as well. It's 5-7 for Scythe and 6 out of 9 for RRQ, and it just really just highlights how good both these teams are at the post-plant, right? Especially on a map such as Haven, where you kind of end up going to post-plant a lot because the map's so big, and you're like, okay, we're gonna retake together on this one. But like the numbers just show that both these teams have a lot of practice, have those plans, and are able to execute those post-plant retakes very well. Yep. Aluka. No surprise at all. 33.8% headshot percentage as well, close to 200 damage per round, and yeah, she definitely showed up really big for her team. And I think that's like what part of what you were saying earlier, right, about how RRQ in this map number 1 look like they're just kind of strong arming everything, just, you know, pound for pound, just skill diffing at some points of the map. And yeah, looking forward to that map number 2. I think Split's gonna be interesting. I think the whole series is gonna be interesting. This is the one, fingers crossed, where we will see a map 3.
Potentially, right? And I feel like something that Scythe have to even out is just there's so many smaller decisions that could have potentially led to an extra gun round, that could have led to a round win, but again, it's just one of those things where you can't necessarily harp on too much because it happened during the heat of the moment. For example, I think it was Lin and another player, I think it was Oreophilia, trying to force a 2v5, trying to damage the economy of a very, very strong RQ already, instead of going for the save and confirming 2 Vandals for the next round. But again, we have to let that go because we are going to be jumping into the second map very, very soon, Reirachu.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things going on for Scythe, right? They've got a lot of creative ideas. They won the pistol and the bonus in the second half. Great timeout usage at the 10-7 as well. But RRQ just managing to steal that map number 1. Guys, there's going to be at least one more map before we see if Scythe can make the comeback happen. We're going to go for a short break.
In the bank.
One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God.
Hello and welcome back to what might be the very last map of the day, but not if Scythe have anything to say about that one first. And what a back and forth nail biter of a map number 1, and we're kind of expecting more for this map number 2.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's such a change in how to approach the map because Haven can be very freestyle, it's very open. Whereas Split has been, I guess, still developing into that type of map. It used to be incredibly defender-sided. Now it's still defender-sided, but with a little more leeway to see. The thing is, it's just a slightly less defender-sided. A lot of the teams have figured out how to attack, but I still feel like the executes on Split are just stricter in comparison to a map like Haven, where you can rely on that singular operator pick, so on and so forth. But Split, I don't even think operators are a very good pick here. We have a few outliers, but it's not very reliable, like in the grand scheme of things. It's so dangerous.
I love also that Split this time around is RRQ's map pick, and it's just so interesting because for the map 3 bind pick, how that happened was that RRQ, they last banned Ascent, and RRQ actually are pretty darn comfortable on Ascent. So they banned Ascent to play bind that they've actually only played twice, and that's because Ascent is Scythe's most played map. And like, I just love how there were all these mind games going on. Hey, that's not Manju.
It's Mochi. Mochi is here to visit. You know, the rarer appearance between the two. The fluffier sister. Look at her. She's so
Wait,
fluffy.
so you've got like
High five.
M&Ms for dogs?
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
With M, you've got Manju and
Oh.
Mochi.
Because we have Mochi Bing and Manju Bean, you know, because that's how they are. That's how they are. That's right, Mochi. Mochi is I think she's a little less active, you know, in comparison to Manju. She's
I
the
love her-
sentinel.
I feel like her face is just like, please get me off broadcast.
This is how she always is. She's always like chilling. She's a sentinel, whereas Manju's a bit more like a duelist. She's always running around the house. Mochi just kind of like sits down in one area and she vibes like this, you know, she's vibing. But I feel like she's not as hypoallergenic because right now, like, it's irritating my nose just a little bit. But I still love you. I'm still gonna do this. Mwah. And
So we had Manju's predictions just now. What are Mochi's predictions for map 2?
Mochips, I have to ask you what your predictions are, baby. Wait, hang on. She's trying to get into a comfy position because she's considerably
Oh my
heavier.
God.
So I think she's gonna go for... Is that a 2-0? I think she's gonna go for a 2-0. I think that's what her face is telling me right now. As she's back on my lap and she's chilling. And I think, you know, it would be of the best interest for FULLSENSE to get this out of the way as quickly as possible, because it does look like Scythe have been adapting to the type of plays that FULLSENSE have been, RRQ, sorry, have been employing, which is a lot of aggression, a lot of earlier fights. And hopefully on the side of Scythe too, is that they don't throw those ults without the follow-up, because there's so many moments where an ult was being thrown, but there was nothing to capitalize on it. There was no duelist behind it. There was just no bodies to really run it in. And that kind of gave RRQ the space to reset and reassess what they could do in that moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in map number 1, there were a lot of opportunities for Scythe to pick up a couple more rounds here and there. Just towards the end of the round, they just weren't able to fully close that out and get those little points, and it does add up because the score was just so close at the end. I really do hope, you know, if we're looking for that map 3, that they figure it out on this map number 2. But I just can't wait to see what RRQ are cooking up on Split, because just like Bind, they've also only played Split in playoffs twice this year, but yet they've decided to pick this on that map too. So are they going to be able to 2-0 this series, or is that going to be like a little mistake for them? Will this end up going to that map 3? And agent select, I think pretty standard. What are your thoughts, Raph?
Yeah, pretty standard. I feel like Cypher might be the more classical pick for Kaguya here, as that double cage default towards A is definitely going to be something that Scythe will worry about. But with the Killjoy in hand for Scythe, they definitely have that initiation power and just have a little bit more strength during the post plant. The question is RRQ going to send Nabsky out to lurk and kind of maximize the kit for Cypher to get that neural theft going, so on and so forth? And with the operator being a little less than favorable on this map, are we going to see Yamori or Sky Elise pick it up?
Yeah, what's also going to be interesting is that Scythe are running the double duelist with the Raze as well as the Jet, but yet they are starting on defense this time around because RRQ got the map pick, and then I think Scythe decided to start on the defense of the double duelist. So maybe that comes into play. Maybe we see a bit of a momentum thing going on in the first half of this map number 2, but enough from us. We're about to hand it back over to the 2 lovely casters for this map 2. Quack and Blue, back to you.
One would be short-sighted to count out Scythe yet this early as we come in this Split, especially a map that we haven't really seen too much so far from RRQ. And it's very interesting what they pull up. I think comp-wise on either side. Double duelist here on the Scythe, and then RRQ's got a lot of lurk potential with that double controller plus the Cypher.
And that's something that they've been doing, like what we saw in map 1, right? And it works out so well, but this is a different map after all. And the last time these teams have played on this map has really been quite a while ago, like since Open 1. And things have changed up so much since then. This is also a completely new and upgraded RRQ Kaguya now. I mean, they just showed us their best performance in Open 3. They showed us an incredible performance on Haven. And now going into this, still with such an interesting agent composition, I can only hope that NWJ with their double duelists really show up on the board with incredible firepower right now. Because if that doesn't happen, it might be time to go into the lower bracket.
What I'm worried about here for NWJ is that RRQ, they have so much defaulting lurk potential, which Raft already talked about a while ago. Not just the Cypher, but the Viper is going to help that case on out. They can call the wall up and down. Obviously, the smokes as well from Bess. But let's see how NWJ performs. Split a map much more, I guess, accustomed to their favor than Haven might have been. And we continue on here, the series on the second with RRQ looking to go towards B.
We do have NWJ already pushing out of A though, and with the Trailblazer to boot, so they can call it clear and they are confident. They know it's going to be a B hit. Still though, a Yumi just walks in with a frenzy. Simple shots and Orphelia trades right back. a guiding light just to buy a little bit more time, and we top ourselves off with the regrowth, the heals.
I need healing, he says.
Nice.
In this case, pick off here on Crescent's Iceberg, looking to push ever forward, even deeper. 2v3, that cage just confirms where the last two are going to be coming on from. They can hear the footsteps, double duelist trying to barrel their way on in, but Sky Elise, the ground is where she's going to be set. It's all on the Amori, who doesn't have a worry here. It's a 1v3, should not favor her. They know where she is. She's trapped in a corner, gets the one though. The spike's still out of her reach. It's in a great post-plant position here for Alika to jiggle. And ultimately enough, too much time has been burnt. The round is done. And that's the one for RQ.
Incredibly impressive. I mean, first of all, Yamori still kind of going for those flicks. I really applaud that. But at the end of everything, it's just RRQ Kaguya in the sense they have to go in aggressive. First of all, Ayumi opening things up with a frenzy, and then the rest of the squad continuing to push past in towards defender spawn. I think that's something that NWJ really didn't expect, because they were just, you know, topping each other off with the heals from Crescents, and that's where things really start to fall apart. So now we've got some Spectres, some Stingers, and Bulldogs in our hands. RQ looking to collect on that second win.
Look at this. Aggressive push.
Okay.
Or just a push in general. A slow crawl up more than anything here. Towards that mid. Then release. You're going to clear out this ramen first, which should let them know A site is where it will be. Bit of a gamble. Obviously one that isn't entirely a bad idea, especially in a round like this on the second, but just did not pick their side right, so
we just swapped sides.
Yeah. Retake.
And our, yeah, a very difficult one if I'm being honest. Ooh, Natsuki hears them. She's calling it to her team as well. We do have Crescents kind of sneaking up onto ropes. For that opportune moment, she finally comes up and takes down Iceberg, but then the trades come in. A good bit of economic damage, but still, everything going right for RQ. They managed to hold on to most of their weapons, and alright, that's round two.
Teleport, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I lose you.
Done. We go to the third.
That makes sense.
I don't know what there really is to talk about there. I mean, obviously, they took a bit of a gamble, didn't work out in their favor. They did what they could towards that main, and that's all she wrote. So we go on over to the third. This is the real round to talk about. NWJ here on this defense, with that double duelist, a lot less ways to re-hit and gather information, as opposed to maybe a double initiator comp. These defaults are going to wreak havoc, I think. Yumi's kind of made her presence known here on the Telegraph. I'm surprised she doesn't confirm the kill there, but a great swing out there from Sky Elise to really keep Crescents alive still.
And then that's just kind of how they come back into the game to regain control over it. Playing that defense. RQ trying to re-aggress, of course, but now shut down by Yamori. Natsuki eliminates any other potential factors. RQ's only option is to walk into the site now, and they'll be able to stick to plant, but can they fend off 5 players hounding them down?
I think Ophelia knows about that hell position there for Bess. So retake to come on in, 3v5 as you mentioned, not the best weapons to work with, and Alika already low, a single sneeze away from death. That was the ramp position here is already overflooded, overwhelmed, and not a single chance in hell for Bess. Get it? Because he was in hell, yes.
Yes. okay, Blackenblue. I see what you're doing. And it's great. I mean, again, 1-2, NWJ, a great way to put up a wall against RQ Kaguya. I mean, starting things off with that ramp control and peeking off of it as well. Teammates coming in to support each other. And now, not only have they gotten a round win, we have Yamori looking to make a judge play.
Well, jury's still out in that, if it's going to be as effective, but Obviously, in the defense, you can kind of pick and choose your fights a bit more here. No Sage, so nothing to really stall them here towards mid, which is going to be the problem. RQ have so much more to work with. And there you can see it. Ayumi just barrels her way down into Mail. Now, they don't have heaven control, but that's not what they're banking on here. Good pickup from Skylise. Dashes the other way. Could have gone back into the vent. But, alas, it trades out equally. 1 for 1.
And now we have some rifles on the floor.
On the 1 for 1 Quack, this typically does favor the attacking side though, because now your defense is split. You don't have as much to commit per site.
Couldn't agree more. That's why we see Lin backing up into a safer position rather than holding ramps. NWJ just looking to get that information, that confirmation, before they finally rotate over. But all this takes time. Oh, okay, right. Nanoswarm will buy a little bit of time as well, and Lin doing her job. But here comes RQ swarming into sight.
Just a hair bit more. I'm not sure if they're going to expect where Bess is here. Ayumi is a great position to try and play off of this, to swing. A double for her. Ayumi's completely wreaked havoc here towards that heaven. And Bess was obviously in a great spot to swing out as well and confirm that kill if Ayumi only went for the 1. They know one's towards the elbow, another to the knee, but to the head it goes and she connects. Bess, quick and easy. 3 and 1 for RQ.
That is the anatomy of an entire firefight and the site. RRQ just knowing exactly how to find that scalp, that head. Yui starting things off, and then Bess with the movement, along with the flicks to close it out. It's 3 to 1 now, and a little bit tough for NWJ to come back from.
Not sure if that was the best reaction there from Crescents. Maybe the information wasn't given earlier, just didn't realize how up close Bess was already. And there's just so much potential for the lurk that you're already seeing here in the opening 4 rounds that we've seen. Constantly just keeping NWJ guessing on where they could be going, where the commit is. They can't rotate early, they can't really stop the push immediately. And so kind of just getting the fights going their way is most of what this composition is built around.
Alright, well. Saw this before. Oh, here it comes. It's the judge.
It's lovely stuff from Lin for sure. Paranoia obviously pushes her back, and Skylise is taken on down. Ayumi, she could end this whole round right here. The turret isn't even looking her way, but Crescent's great shutdown. She's low HP, but it's still a 2v4.
Viper's Pit is up as well.
There's a Paranoia. Where is it? They should be throwing it at this point with the paint shells. They still get the 1. Yamori connects at the end, so... Okay, Scythe with an eco of all things to come back with.
And it starts with that nasty, nasty judge from Lin. I mean, she didn't even have like a lot of mobility or anything. She just waited for the right moment and then suddenly pushed out, making use of her opponent's toxic screen against them. That is unbelievable. Apart from that, I could see like maybe you don't want to throw out that Paranoia because it might give your position away or you might be stuck in the animation. But that said, still, you're being Valoranted at that point. The paint shells, the flashes, everything was tossed at you. And unfortunately, it's an NWJ round because they just played that so incredibly well. And this is something that brings them back into the game in full.
The timing of Lin there was perfect too, because literally Nabsky was about to place down a tripwire, and so in the action of doing so, she found one. Yumi finds hers at least to start things off. That's Raze for Raze. Showstopper at least is available as well here on the counterpoint. And as Lin gets another pick, she has been really a linchpin of their defense to this opening half.
Incredible anchor. But then you've got a Yumi who might be able to shut that down. I saved that. Skylise just peeks out from red at the right time. Lin sprays it through as well. 3 kills under her belt, and that is now down to Bess in a 1-on-3. The timing of this is just so good.
Oh, they don't check it.
Okay.
You could actually kind of get one up on them. They're both kind of expecting her to be within the site, but doesn't go with the advantage given. Not sure what the plan is here. Maybe just go straight onto the site, smoking out that mid, but nobody's actually there for them
30
to
seconds
hear that
left.
smoke go down and fake out.
Still manages to sneak onto Scythe though. But that's exactly Scythe and WJ's game plan. They got 3 players, why throw that numbers advantage away?
Spike planted.
I mean, obviously in this case, they got the regrowth back up on Lin, so they're all in full fighting capacity for the most part. Paranoia on out, nobody connecting from that. You can see the anticipation there from Lin to expect it. Low HP now in best TPs. Back onto the default, could maybe connect the shot, but it doesn't come as Oreophilia a bit more lighter on the touch. And Scythe have tied up the game.
My ultimate is ready.
Starting things off with the judge play and then now back into it, just that incredible, impeccable timing with Sky Elise peeking out and then Lin to play off of it at the same time. It's this exact moment where you can see RQ Kaguya's hope of cementing their momentum really go downhill. And because of that, now they're trying to find their way back on top off of this timeout. However, what they don't know, Black and Blue, is that Yamori might be going for an up play this time.
Not even Sky Elise, not even the Jet. Yamori in this case. Curious, although she has been at the helm of that in the past. But as a Raze, you'd expect them to be in a bit of a different position than an op might typically. Obviously, there's blades here on Sky Elise for her to utilize, and I can make a case for the differing idea, but hey, Ayumi's got her showstopper. I mean, so does Yamori, but sometimes it can really be what breaks this defense to try and get them within that site. And NWJ, while they've been able to recuperate these rounds, when RQ's plans do work, when that default does get set into place, and considering it was already working early in the half, it should be even more effective later on. When that starts working, that's where you could see the problems of NWJ's really comp here, at least in comparison to RRQ's, in direct comparison, come into effect. But let's see how this garage fight on B works out. It doesn't.
It does not. She's down to 5 HP, Black and Blue. Repositions though, so this is not a terrible angle.
To be fair, as a low HP player, it does make more sense for you to have the op now, but I mean, regrowth will help her on out. No armor.
Okay.
Look at mid here.
That's just gonna hold garage. There is that showstopper. Catches the bottom of Sky Elise's feet, and Ayumi still sharp for yet another. The paint shells will somehow hit onto Iceberg though. Now timing has to be right for it. Oreophilia doesn't bother. Still manages to take down the first target. Onto the next. Ayumi now online for the ace. Quad kill as she drops down off of Raptors. Lin tries to fight back and manages to clap off Ayumi's head. Down to the one-on-one.
1v1. You know she's on towards the heaven, but she sends him back down from hell, from whence she came. She shall not remain. 4-3 here, RRQ. Barely take the lead at the end, but valiant effort there for Lin, who has once more been their standout player here on the opening defensive half.
Yeah, and it just comes down to those crucial 1v1s again. I mean, first of all, kudos to Ayumi, because these are incredible plays that keep on happening. And then off of that, it becomes a bit of a guessing game, right? Because this entire site is open and you've got so many angles that you need to kind of isolate. And when you're up on top of Raptors like that, Aluka can do exactly what she just did, just wrapping around the other side of the pillar, catching her opponent by surprise. So back into it now, it's a bit of a default hold. Natsuki to lurk outside of A, and we're making use of the Toxic Screen as well as that bit of a Poison Cloud to try to gain mid control.
Kind of giving up this heaven as well. They know they're going to have to play off of a kind of like a flash contact play here. If they do come towards that heaven, they don't really have much to stop things from barreling down their way when it does come. Showstopper available for Yamori though, so if the pressure does get high here towards his B side, she can pop that and maybe kind of slow down the pace of the opposition in just a bit. Seeker's out, can confirm one there towards that backside, but perfect paranoia plus counter flash. Showstopper out available. A double for Yamori! Doesn't need to see you to kill you! And Sky Elise can get a third!
That would just be
seconds left.
exceptional, explosive utility usage coming out from both these players. You gotta love Oreophilia and her positioning on the other side of the pillar just to send that paranoia. The dark covers as well are great. But here it comes. We're gonna strike back right now. In this instant, Elka trying to push through. But unfortunately, the Empire will shut her down instead. It's 4-4. And NWJ keep themselves afloat.
Yeah, they were way too ready for that. And Showstopper perfectly placed here from Yamori on that back site. But what really enabled that here was the counter paranoia thrown by Oreophilia. Kept them in place, kept them still towards that choke, and just buying enough time for Yamori to make the right decision at the right time.
That puts us at that crucial 4-4, a very potential 5-4, given how RQ's economy looks. They are attacking after all, and NWJ has so many ultimates at their disposal.
Obviously, a bit of a thrifty round for RQ, but Ayumi gets things going, starting off with that pick.
Oh my god.
Actually, they do have the regrowth, so she can get back up to speed here, although might want to give it to somebody with a bit more armor to play with.
I'm a little bit nervous now, Blackenblue.
We've seen thrifty rounds be converted in the past.
Scout destroyed.
Not going to be a great one to have go up against him here in WJ. Paint shell for paint shell, nade for nade. Life gives you. Yeah, it was a paranoia. It doesn't connect though.
Okay. Ooh. Here comes Yamori with a spray down of her own. 3 heads gone, and then Iceberg to find one, but not for long because Lit comes up from behind. All right, not so nervous anymore, Blackenblue.
Yeah, that was at least nicely done in terms of kind of giving up that space. You fight that, you can test that there where she was. That could have definitely been her going down without really finding much. She simply multiple peeked them when they were still coming on in. Instead, kind of lets them separate for a bit to isolate the fight. Lets Ayumi kind of get ahead on towards the rafter so that she can focus on the task at hand instead. And it's NWJ here with the lead. Sky Elise obviously as well gets him going here early in the 10th.
That's a great way to make use of the tailwind as well. RQ now tapping the pause button for a second. This one dark cover really keeps them guessing of what could be on the other side after all. Toxic screen to play with as well as it comes back up. They're looking for that opening into the site. They're gonna sneak through because of the cyber cage, but look at Sky Elise. What a shot!
Screen down.
Knows the timing. Full read from her.
Blinded.
Alka connects, so obviously they're towards the Rams. They know Sky Elise is within the sight, but Crescent's chiming in on the fight and right opportune moment, dropping down here towards the hell, and Alka will take her down. Still, the 2v3. Spike in their hands for sure, but they're going to go for the ramp option here. Yamori's in a great spot to just make sure that that doesn't come too easy. They know they're in towards heaven, and with the paranoia connecting on here, this could be where they kind of capitalize on it, but they're actually going to go for a wraparound, and RRQ are giving up a lot. They do not want to fall prey to this double position that they got on here. Sky Elise, they have to know she's in here. They take her down. Now they have a real chance for the plant.
On to the 2-on-2.
Planted.
Neither side has a lot of utility. So this is very, very doable for RQ. Apart from the fact that Elka might be low HP, and you're never quite sure where NWJ are coming from, so the timing of their coordinated push has to be pristine, but oh, just a little bit too early. Yamori gets cleaned off instead. It's down to Oreophilia. And it looks nigh impossible.
Yeah, find some way to twist it, lick it and dunk it at the end. Oreophilia here. Not being given the opportunity to do so. Alaka's very low though.
Enemy remaining.
Takes her on down, but the round is pretty much done for the count. No more time left anyways. And Iceberg secures it, so RRQ keeping it close. And you're doing okay for the most part here in the attack.
Certainly impressive with that little mid-round adaptation, I might say. I mean, I love that idea to sort of wrap around. The fact that they pushed outside of a heaven discouraged Oreophilia from staying around that site. She actually backed off to about defender spawn because of it. With that, RQ turns things around. We're on to round 11, and we've got so many ultimates online right now, Blackenblue.
Great decision making there at the end. Definitely so for RRQ, but as you said, so many ultimates to throw on out, and that is a great equalizer here. No matter the odds, an ult can turn things around sometimes. Especially that big showstopper looming on Ayumi, who gets tagged up quite a bit. Showstopper on out. Gonna flush him out of the site here. Doesn't connect actually on a Sky Elise, who takes her on down and gets away with a theft.
And she's getting healed up as well, Sky Elise. Now goes back in for that double dip. Seekers confirmed positioning as well, and here comes Alika trying to hold them back. It's two players though, so the pop flash is not quite gonna work. It's gonna be Sky Elise landing yet another blade. Two more, in fact. But here comes RQ as well. Not before long, that lockdown keeps them away, so they manage to stick it to half, and Iceberg can't quite land the perfect angle, the sight line into the spray. Crescents brings her back down instead. NWJ now
Last
back in the
round in the
lead.
half.
It's 6-5. Can we make it a 7-5?
It's very possible. Especially with Scythe finally kind of, I guess, finding their groove here. Especially on this defensive side, 7-5 would definitely benefit their cause coming into the second. And RRQ with a light buy. Now, I don't want to say that they have an advantage here for NWJ, because we've seen RRQ almost convert these type of rounds quite more often than not, even with less in their hands.
Very true.
So Thrifty only a suggestion for them, not a real state. It's all in the mental, they say.
All in the mental. And right now, RRQ are just trying to play around with that as well. But look at how NWJ are just trying to hold them off too. Dark cover up around mid. It expires though.
Here.
And all of a sudden we have a little bit more room to work with. RRQ just walking past everything. All we've got to bank on are Lynn's utility on A.
We haven't really seen them kind of pinch here towards the vent into A, but the alarm bot has always been a looming kind of present obstacle there. In this case, so much being thrown. She's trapped, she's dead. Sky Elise, no way! No chance in hell to try and escape that. Lynn going for a third one. Anchor Lynn has been! And the Yumi takes her down, but the damage has been done. 2v3. They have a drill theft, but will it be enough to really secure a round like this? Ayumi low, but forward. She can catch him off guard.
Left.
Going in for the spike plant now. Trying to bait out those peaks.
Timing.
One enemy remaining.
Uh-oh, it's a showstopper. It's a showstopper, Blackenblue. And it just makes her feel uncomfortable enough that she peeks out in towards Oreophilia's open arms. Once again, it's that ex-teammate that kind of turns things around. It's 7-5 at the end of the first
Switching
half.
sides.
It's always those X's sometimes that catch you off guard. But who's gonna catch us off guard is the panel stealing the show.
In the words of Blackenblue, thrifty is a state of mind, but Lynn, the linchpin for NWJ, whipping out the judge on the Killjoy, and their squad just ending defense on split 7-5 with that double duelist comp. What do we make of that, Raph?
I mean, in all honesty, with that type of scoreboard, or rather scoreline on attack split, I think it's still decently impressive on the side of RQ, considering they were a little bit more mobile macro-wise. Again, they try to maximize that Cypher pick with what they've been doing and how they've been taking their fights, but Lynn has just been such a big problem, at least in the side of RRQ. Scythe, they've been, again, making the best out of this half, getting a considerable cushion, 2 rounds. They can afford to maybe potentially drop a pistol, which RRQ have been fantastic on, and that will still equalize the game. However, if Lin continues this type of rampage and kind of, you know, being infectious, everybody's been slowly coming alive just because of this individual performance, then maybe, just maybe, we're gonna have a 3-map series. RRQ, I think they're gonna have a bit more of a brick wall defense here just because of that Cypher. You know, I've always been a fan of that. But hey, you know, another half, another story perhaps.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of defaulting, a lot of back and forth going on from both these teams. But I mean, 7-5, it's anyone's game at this point, and we about to find out. Gentlemen, back to you.
Well, 7-5 half, and no real reason to have a hefty laugh, as we're pretty tight and close here. And RRQ, the team favored to take this series, potentially, they're the ones who might be facing a third map to try and take Scythe down, but Scythe are no slouches at all. Obviously, every team has fought the long, hard way to get here, but an underdog of a team like Scythe is one that can surprise even the best.
It really, really does show up to be that way. I mean, you've seen how they kind of hold certain positions around the map, especially with Lin and her performance thus far. Maybe a little bit more quiet on Haven as the Sova, but this time her anchoring has been sharp. Swapped sides though, and now they're attacking, and this is where you could really potentially start to see this double controller setup shine. Got the Toxic Screen to block off A, and now Iceberg making use of the Poison Cloud, which, by the way, can refresh, to reposition towards Mailroom.
Snakebite right after this to bring even more time with that smoke coming on down here. The vent is what they're pushing for. Ayumi's good for the one. Yamori on the trade, but Aluk and the rest of RRQ are chiming on the fight, and everybody goes down here. The big Scythe side. Nobody able to put up any sort of countermeasure. RRQ sailing into a pistol round win, potentially. Or Ophelia is able to find one, but spike away from their hands in the vent. He has a paranoia, but will that even be enough to pull this clutch off? Oh, they know. They know exactly where she is. Ophelia, way too much. She's rattled the Hornet's Nets. She has to fall back. Doesn't have time to really wrap safely, so she has to run for it. Oh, she fakes it out, actually.
30 seconds left.
Okay. But with the spike down, again, all RQ has to do is to sit on top of that spike like a hen on an egg. Here it comes. For Ophelia, back into it. A bit of a flash. Had a bit of a moment, but again, 3 targets, and Iceberg was available to take some shots instead. So 6-7, RRQ this time on this map, winning out in those pistols.
Unfortunately, the right click there doesn't connect, but if she took down that Viper here in an Iceberg ASAP, actually could have had the chance, because Aluka was flashing. The last player was elsewhere. They're kind of watching towards mid on Nabsky. So
yeah, to me, it's just Nabsky. If she came out from behind, that would definitely have been a game over. But still, a great attempt nonetheless. Now we've got Ayumi on the judge. What is going to happen?
Already, huh? I mean, big looming threat, obviously. Not that Scythe are too aware of what's to come. They always have to know it's a possibility. B site is what they want to take. Tripwire in their face. It's only a single one, though, and nobody really playing off of any sort of one-way, so taking that down, it doesn't immediately pull the defense just yet. Good discipline from RRQ not to over-adjust.
Oh no. NWJ walking back in towards mid, though. That's where Elika strikes. NWJ just trying to be so careful as to where they're going to approach, but because they don't have those guns, it's that much easier for RQ to just control everything.
They found my wire.
Push on in here towards the B site. Another tripwire dealt with. She's gonna be the first point of contact. Simple. The real problem for her to deal with that, obviously. Pain shells. Oh, that's gonna be a death sentence. The judge flying in, an angel of death. And the Yumi, just no real problem at all dealing with them.
Thanks.
RQ trapped the game.
There.
Up from above, it's that C-130. You know, we're just raining hell from above, am I right?
just spitting out fire and yeah.
And a flawless wins. And also, this is why pistol rounds are so actually important, because off of this, RRQ has managed to tie up the scoreline 7-7.
Don't say. Especially with a deficit. That's a good momentum swing in their favor. Not the best weapons, but one that can certainly turn the tides here on a bonus like this. Especially in a map like Split, where you have lots of potential to make these type of weapons work on out. These SMGs, a Bulldog, they can be a lot more effective here than otherwise you might expect. And so NWJ, knowing that it is a bonus round, they play on back, expecting some sort of aggression from the kind of disadvantageous buy on Scythe's rather than RRQ's side.
I mean, look at their positioning as well, BNB. So many Spectres and that Bulldog kind of positioned around mid. We got a Yumi just waiting for them to push into A. It's a good one, along with Yamori and her fast packs, but still, the spike has been dropped and left behind. A Yumi managing to cut down that last player. Now the rest of her team has to arrive on the scene, but still, just narrowly staying alive. Lin, though, such a pesky presence, and she takes down a couple more. It's all down to Yumi at 5 HP. Oh no, is it gonna happen? Alright,
no,
alright.
Not this time around.
Okay.
They took down kind of the rest of the defense before they even bothered with a spike. Wanting to use their advantage in terms of player count, because they knew, hey, we can get that spike back anyway, so why not? And that's what they do. So save, I think, here for Yumi. Unfortunately enough, whatever kind of luck she found there and dropping the spike towards a main just wasn't able to be converted into any sort of real chance. RQ, they won't be taking the lead over just yet.
Yeah, not quite. Not a lot of damage dealt to NWJ as well, so they're looking pretty comfortable for the next round or so. So yeah, it's just up to RQ. Ayumi saving, that's a good call. Everyone else gets to buy back up. Just waiting for the real game to start in this next round.
Here we go. I mean, what we were talking about here, with that comp, off of a RRQ on the defense, is double controller, the Cypher, so much more stall potential. And we're seeing good discipline from RRQ generally on their rounds, where they aren't over-rotating just yet. They know they can buy some time. There's a lot to burn here. NWJ, their focus has to be burning off that util early. Maybe getting rid of that paranoia would be huge, but just kind of running down the clock on maybe the toxic screen or the poison orb before anything else is thrown. Burn out those snake bites. That's going to make their job a lot easier, tenfold so, later on in the latter stages of the rounds. There, that's one snake bite burnt already. And for a Trailblazer, that's good enough of a trade for util, considering how much they're getting used here from RRQ.
Just trying to read Scythe's movements as well, but it is not the easiest task. Just gonna have to play it safe.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, we got the showstopper though. I'm going in for the spray, not quite able to stay alive. Trade's coming through now. Iceberg lets them slip. Gets spotted out by a player too though, so that does not bode too well for RQ.
Oh, nice angle there from Yamori. Tags Iceberg on up. Going for the spam, can't really find it, can't really connect, but Napski in towards elbow, didn't even expect that already at that moment. Still, 2v3 retake here. Advantage in NWJ.
Time to hunt.
Put a flash as well. Just buying a little bit more time, but here comes Iceberg. Good bit of sharp shooting. Has to double back though. Another player up around Rand, so that's gonna be Lin.
One enemy remaining.
Elka comes back around now and confirms the last player on the site itself. She has to land it perfectly, but Pop Flash still coming back in for it, and she has enough time to stick the defuse. Bit of a miscalculated play perhaps from NWJ, and puts RRQ back at an even scoreline. A 1-on-3 clutch coming out from Elka.
Unfortunately there, for NWJ. Could have been theirs, but RRQ, once more, keeping it close, never letting it slip. That's why you don't want to curve the flash around the corner there. You just simply want to throw it. Don't even control it. Pop it and peek at the same time. Because now with the amount of time it takes for you to pull out your weapon, it's very easily dodgeable and counteractable. RRQ, great effort there to stop them from barreling down, even with the early advantage from Scythe. So if you're Scythe, I don't think you're doing anything too wrong just yet, but Alco gets a pick off here. Good shutdown on the op, though.
Alright, that's one less player to worry about. We don't have to think about Yumi anymore.
Especially those paint shells.
Got the stink bites, though. And they try to challenge the poison cloud. Iceberg managing to get a spray down onto one of them, at least. The rest of NWJ now, they might have to back off against this because this is a wall that's been put up against them towards mid.
There's a tripwire there too.
Oh,
get
yeah.
Caught.
Oh, they're thinking about going back to B.
Oh, that is where the trip is here towards this B site. And without having that Trailblazer anymore, it's not going to be easy to burn that off. They can bypass it for sure. Raze, Omen, but they could get tripped up in it as well. Obviously, if they contact this, they can see it right here, and there it is, caught out. Yamori, I'm not sure if they destroyed it. They finally do, and Yamori still gets a kill off. Seeker is connecting at the right opportune moment, and Scythe have somehow turned this into their favor.
A good bit of teamwork, just helping Yamori out with that trip, and the Seekers too. Here it comes. All right, Orphilia, where did she go to? In towards garage. The rest of the team from RRQ. This is such a tough angle, and Yamori pops the showstopper to secure the round. Unfortunately, shot out midair, but still enough time for Crescents to recenter and refocus her aim, putting NWJ up on top with a 9-8.
That's actually very close. Crescents could have been taken on down there as she's a single bullet away, I believe, from being in death, really. But NWJ still hold on to the lead. Maybe the ult could have been saved. Didn't really have much of an effect there, timing-wise, but great effort for sure. It did, at the very least, kind of make her the primary target, allowing somebody like Crescents to follow up on those kills. A timeout forced from RRQ, so remember, as we talked about, out of all the maps, this could be the one where Scythe have one of the biggest chances of turning this towards their favor, even though it's an RRQ pick.
And that's the most curious thing as well. You would have expected a much better performance, but that said, RRQ Kaguya showing signs of a bit of struggle.
Actually, now that I think about it, Bind isn't great either for RRQ. It's been one of the better maps for at least Scythe recently. So, RRQ, the longer the series gets, you would argue that the more veteran team would be favored, but in this case, the veto, at least so far, speaks otherwise.
Still a very close scoreline, though.
Yeah.
And I don't want to count them out, especially not after Coach Ducky's timeout. That was his last one, but so far, they've always usually managed to find bits of impact. So here we go. And it's a call to push out of A. Going in to check, it's too silent. I think he's still able to flick upwards. But here comes Yamori. It's that bulldog, and it bites hard, does not let go. One player gone. Bess down to 6 HP.
A good
Topped
trade-off.
up by Alka, okay.
They're all theft as well. Confirming, hey, they're all towards B, not A. But they have a cow on site, and as long as Napsky doesn't turn this on, they're not going to know, which is going to be very useful for the retake later on. She can pop that open for a mere second and just get pretty much information on the site. But look at where they press, look at where they push. They go towards Ali instead. Let's see how they work this. They got the Viper Spin on the site itself, on the spike. Crescent's good for the one, on the pressure. Bess on the trade. Difficult position to be in, but they're making it happen. Bess, the timing, a triple for her! Not expecting the aggression to come in that time. It's all on the Lin. Let's see what she can do. Lynn going absolutely insane here, buying them time, gets a double at the end. How close it came. That's a heartbreaker of a round to lose, but NWJ hold on.
Despite Bess's best efforts, still, Lynn's sanity is what we observe. It's what we witness, Blackenblue. And she always knows how to play patiently, knowing that she had the advantage of the spike. Just to try to play it safe, going for that tap. Darting in at the right moment. Incredible. She has been putting up an outstanding performance on this very map. 10-8 is what we have because of her.
So many big time moments from such a big player here in Lynn. Continuously gaining them rounds that could have assuredly gone the other way. Trying to fight over the garage control here right now. Counter paranoia, counter flashes on either side. Nobody really giving it on up without much util burnt. I'm curious if NWJ continue on towards this B.
Thinking about it, but maybe not so much anymore, especially with the control coming out from Bess as well as Alika. By the way, Lynn is Scythe NWJ's newest addition to their squad. Also her first time playing Elite along with Sky Elise.
What a great addition she has been so far. Pushing towards the A site though, as it's mostly free for the taking. Great spam off of that, off the tripwire.
30
To the cage
seconds
already
left.
placed by Nabsky to try and get them elbow control. When the time does come, retake to coming on soon. Spike not committed just yet, but already fighting for it here. Yeah, delaying them at the moment. This is going to come down to a bloodbath. Iceberg good for the one. They know Yamori has him somewhere here within the site. She gets the one, but could not trade out for a second. As Best secures it here finally. And RQ once more, not letting this escape them just yet.
Yeah, you really love to see that happening when RQ starts to decide to go into deny those spike plants. I mean, first of all, trap play coming out from Navsky is just impeccable. And then that lovely little bit of individual squad movement maneuver with Bess and Iceberg kind of pushing out from screens, wrapping back to watch that angle onto elbow, and then isolating that last lone player on the site itself. It's 10-9, and that's how they kind of work their way around it. Eco for NWJ.
NWJ. Obviously not the most opportune round for them. Frags, for the most part, in favor here of RRQ. Only that push, only momentarily though, dropping on to Hell. Iceberg, a double for her. The Titanic couldn't stand up to it. What more or less you? Or Ophelia left alone, and that's gonna be Iceberg taking down 3 this time.
I thought that it was such a hard-fought and incredible lead coming out from Scythe NWJ. It was 10-8. And all of a sudden, with 1 win and incredible movements coming up from RQ Kaguya, we've tied up the score 10-10 again, Blackenblue. Good thing is Scythe NWJ can buy back up again, and they've got a couple of ultimates to work with, the crucial ones to boot. But again, it's always lovely to see when RQ Kaguya are working so well together. That pop flash from Alika, the movement to drop down off of Heaven from her teammate. And now they're just going back to a defensive play.
They did it again. RQ. This time on over though. Can they overtake? They've been following them on the straight, but getting up ahead that matters most in this race. Nabsky obviously neural theft online, but the bigger one is a secrets plus lockdown combo, which can push back and then confirm positions on the site when they do commit, potentially here towards A. Only sole defender there being Alika, and she's taken down. But even with that, they don't commit. They run towards B, which the defense, they're gonna assume it should be A for the most part.
Yeah, the Dark cover or poison cloud already confirms
I've
it.
got your trail.
And rotations have been pulled over onto the A site, leaving B somewhat defenseless.
Found one.
Not unless Bess can do something, but even then, she's
There's
being
another.
chased by that little cabbage. So,
30 seconds left.
support now coming out from Ayumi from top of heaven. Blind shots being fired at her, though. Oh, this is making me uncomfortable.
Oh, dangerous moment there for her, but luckily keeps her head for the most part. Skylease, not even good for the one. Ayumi good for the double here. Up top from the heavens, from the rafters! An RQ! This should be the round where they take things away. Neural Theft confirms where Lin is.
Thanks.
And even with her big plays, this is way too out of her hands. RQ take the lead.
I can't believe what we just saw. Ayumi is back. Ayumi is here. Ayumi is collecting on heads on top of heads. And she just works off of that initial distraction from her teammates pushing out of defender spawn. Look at this.
Lovely stuff. Deny Skylease from up above. Follows down from the backside, to the backside rather, from the rafters. My goodness. How they fell. RRQ. Great position now to take match point on in. Momentum in their favor. Got the economy to buy up after another, even if this goes south. But the the ultimates here, available for NWJ. That's their one saving grace, a trump card to keep this game alive.
Well, look at how RQ are controlling this once more. One way. Oh, okay, they're gonna get hit by the paranoia. Alex got trapped. And unfortunately eliminated. Here comes that lockdown that you were talking about, BND. And this is very well, should be the Scythe. Ayumi's overstaying her welcome for just a second, but she knows that she can do that because of that satchel. Very nice.
Yeah, lockdown's gonna buy them the space, so don't need to burn the lockdown just yet. Rather the showstopper, but best good for the one. Immediately taken on down though, and no, this is disastrous here for Scythe. They had the round, they had the showstopper as well to throw to kind of stop the push.
Okay.
But this Crescents should go for 2 here at the very least, looking for where the third on it. Oh,
30 seconds left.
really the best option.
She's. Oh, okay.
I think they're gonna expect a alley push more than anything here, but
oh, this is smart.
still won't check. No, that's still the one though. You know one's towards heaven, you know the other is towards the site, and still doesn't turn on out. I mean, obviously we have a different perspective, but just wasn't the right call at the end.
A little bit early on the initial shot, huh? You could see the idea. That was really, really fun.
One enemy remains.
For a second, just insert Pink Panther music.
She was cooking for sure. Trying to cook something up, just unfortunately was a recipe for disaster at the end. Timeout from Scythe.
Here we are. Match point.
Series point, really.
Oh yeah, series point. Thank you. And once again, Ayumi is popping off. 25 kills. And she's 1 point away from her ultimate, from her showstopper. The rest of her team are 2 points away only. And if you look at NWJ's economy, it's how would you describe this one, Blackenblue?
Me. It's poor. It's broke.
You did not.
I guess that's the best way to put it. I think if you look at though the bigger picture here from Scythe in general, it's not necessarily their, utility economy that's been a problem, but their ultimate economy. I don't think they've been utilizing their ultimates as much as they should, and in opportunities that they could. And because of that, it's made rounds that they have an advantage in, like that previous one. They have the B site. You start to go for a plant, you pop the showstopper, stops the retake from happening too early, and maybe pushes even more space in your favor. Those type of things we didn't see from Scythe, and they're a good team, but there's just that one step that's keeping them a bit separated from other teams like RRQ and Orangutan X.
To secure those crucial rounds, huh? Well, regardless, I don't want to count them out because so far throughout the series, we have seen a lot of thrifty rounds.
Oh, yeah.
And who's to say it's not going to happen again? Yamori has been giving us crazy performances, especially on Haven. Lin, this time on Split, has been showing up as well. That lockdown was effective, but that said, still, RRQ have kicked things up a notch, especially since Ayumi is now just flowing through sites, really. When she wants to, she's able to take down entire defenses by her lonesome. And that's always a sight to behold. And it just makes me think again, like, first of all, if RQ Kaguya wins this series, that means it's a FULLSENSE RQ Kaguya rematch in the upper semifinals.
Again.
Like we saw in Open 3.
It's happened way too many times.
A lot, yes.
At this point. I mean, the upper half as well on SMG versus Orangutan. We saw that too in literally Open 3, Open 2, and Open 1.
I know, right? And this happens so much that we actually have a statistic given to us by our very lovely FSL admins that says whenever RRQ Kaguya and FULLSENSE Sapphire meet, there's bound to be a map play to the point of overtime occurring.
Really? Ain't that
Evidently so, yes.
Ain't that... Why do you get these notes? Where are my notes from?
Did you not get this package? Let me send
I am not the premier caster of this duo, sir. I do not get no free packages. I work for my own homework.
I caused tech pauses, so...
I kid. Obviously, it's there. I am negligent. Is the real thing.
But
that's a true answer. Yes,
it's a thing that happens, right? Overtime between these two teams, RQ Kaguya and possibly FULLSENSE Sapphire, and then just rooting for that upper final between either RQ Kaguya or FULLSENSE Sapphire or SMG. But here we go.
Yep.
Series point.
Showstopper. Obviously not the best buy for sure, Quack, but let's see what he can do with it. Iceberg, knowing they could be barreling down her way, gives up the vent. It's not some place they need to control because they're not necessarily fighting for heaven either, nor that male position. So you're not going for heaven control on the defense necessarily. You can give that on up. Doesn't really give you much, but it matters more for the attacking side to hold it than for the defense to defend it. Push on in, showstopper on out, and there's no way in hell Alka gets out of that one alive. Scythe is theirs. How the retake works is a different question.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time before our teammates arrive on the scene. Napsky able to kind of falter back for a second. Iceberg staying alive as well. She's got some snake bites that she can throw. Not to mention the paint shells along with Ayumi, as well as Bess. They're going to start things off with a bit of coordination. They have to watch out for Heldum, and the paint shells will connect. Three players already dropped dead. It's all up to Lander. Unfortunately, can't quite survive. But here comes Oreophilia holding the angle from inside of Garage. Shrouded step, but unfortunately the spike's not planted for her. She has to make a move, but it's not meant to be. Iceberg 6 the defuse, and Napsky collects on the final frag, and with that, RRQ Kaguya punches their ticket into the upper semis against FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Wouldn't actually be a bad idea there for Oreophilia to kind of TP, use her ult into the alley so she can have a bit more space to work with there, and the plant would be actually for her. And obviously Sky Elise just, I think, jumping the gun a bit too early, kind of getting nervous. She sees the barrel, wants to go for the spam, but it just was too early and gave away her position, and that's what I was talking about. They take the site, but the post plant hold against the retake's going to be a very, very different scenario. And RRQ, this time around, able to edge it out in the end, but a good fight still made by Scythe. They're not out just yet, but it wasn't exactly the ending I was hoping to see from Scythe when they could have made this into map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing so much of Lin and Yamori and Sky Elise as well. Despite this being some of their first times playing Game Changers APAC Elite, they are putting up big numbers. And that's always something especially that deserves applause. Yes!
yeah, for a new player coming up on in here, big expectations against one of the former champs in other opens in the past year. Big stuff done, but even bigger that you all should recognize and respect and watch is our panel.
With how back and forth this map was, I thought for sure we could smell that OT, but RRQ managed to wrap things up 2-0. Despite the 2-0 scoreline though, this is probably one of the closest 2-0s we've seen. Both maps 13-10.
I mean, essentially, it was almost a 2-1, right? Again, there's just so many points in the competition where a small decision could have snowballed into something else for Scythe, but as we mentioned, there's just a lot more experience on the side of RQ. We do have to give the props to the new additions of Scythe to really putting them closer to just going over that edge. They really need just that much more, well, not more, but just a little bit more help to go over the hill to really break into that top 3, top 4 spot. But in any case, you know, the biggest thing to me is that RQ, they look much more stable now. There were times in the opens where if they weren't leading in a dominant fashion, they just couldn't reset and couldn't default properly and execute the way they would want. But now that they've really shown a different tone when it comes to tempering their own firepower while still having that classic RRQ explode, especially in those last few rounds, right? It was very telling. Like RQ, they were just kind of chilling. And then once the big hits happened, they were also ready to answer back with a swift retake or just pretty much a multi-frag coming in from really any one of these players.
Yep, and that's the scoreboard for map number 2. Ayumi just straight winning. Ayumi is here, Ayumi is back, Ayumi is mother. 27, 16, 350 ACS, 9 first bloods as well. Just, you know, RQ putting everything into the Ayumi Raise basket, and it just paying off big. Yamori, though, 20 to 50 ACS, 4 first blood as well. I mean, Scythe, props to them, right? They fought so hard for this map too. I mean, you could tell that, especially towards the end, that very last time out, they were trying so hard to bring this to that map 3. Bit unfortunate for them that kind of like steam ran out by the end, but yeah. Interesting post-plant stats. It looks very even. So 5-10 and 3-7. What this kind of tells us is that, you know, both these teams are pretty evenly matched. And that's kind of what you expect, right? Coming from the Haven post-plant stats to this post-plant stats.
True, and again, another theme that was recurring all throughout the series was just star play from both these teams. RQ, as you mentioned, Ayumi had so many moments where it looked like it wasn't winnable for them, but Ayumi just going massive, getting clutch after clutch, and just being the bulldozer of RQ. Whereas, again, we saw moments of that from Lin and from Sky Elise on the side of Scythe, but ultimately just the collective effort of RQ Kaguya was just way too much to handle.
Yeah, I agree. And talking about, you know, just the Ayumi clutch, right? It's like some rounds, they just don't look winnable, and then Ayumi's like, hold my beer. Okay, maybe not beer. Hold my bubble tea. Maybe that's the one. But you know, she just manages to turn it around. Of course, Scythe will be playing GE Phoenix in the lower bracket. That'll be their next game on Thursday. Whereas RRQ are going to get their arch rival matchup versus FULLSENSE tomorrow. This is the 6th or the 7th time this year that we're going to get this matchup once again. But Scythe, they might have lost today, but I feel like their stocks are way up.
Oh yeah, I feel like they've honestly just become stronger, and that's been their whole thing ever since we saw them for the first time. I think this year, I forget which open it was, but they've been improving every step of the way. But at the same time, every single team and every other player has also been evolving and getting that much stronger, and that's what we're here for Game Changers.
Exactly, and guys, I think we do have Aluka on the line for the winner's interview. Aluka, can you hear us? Hi!
Hi.
Oh my god, thank you so much for doing the post-match interview with us. Of course, congratulations on the 2-0 win. We have to ask
you.
because map 1 and map 2 were both so close. Was there like any point in the entire series where you thought, oh, we might lose this map, or like, you were nervous or something? Was there any point like that, or were you girls just so confident?
Every game that we play, as long as it's not over yet, then it's not over yet. So we just play it round by round. So there wasn't any thinking that, oh, we lost this round, we might lose the game. Yeah.
I mean, that's a great mindset to have. We were really interested in the way that the map veto worked, especially split and bind, because usually your team does not play split and does not play bind. Can you maybe tell us, why you decided to pick that for today? Don't leak strats, but whatever you can
They
tell
took
us.
away our Pearl and our map pick from before, so we learned new maps for this open. I mean, for this.
New map, does that mean sunset?
Permaban.
Don't
yeah.
leak strat. Reirachu, don't make her leak the maps.
I'm sorry. Well, Raph, you got any questions for Aluka?
I do, actually. I don't know if she remembers, but she promised me and Taylor tacos a few opens ago, and I'm honestly still waiting on that. Is that gonna happen? Is my only question.
When I come back in PH.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I'm gonna go tell Taylor. Taylor, Aluka is still buying us tacos. There you go.
I feel like Aluka has done so well that it should probably be Terar and you, Raph, buying Aluka
that's
tacos.
True. That's actually true. Don't turn this on us. But you know what? Maybe why not? It's supposed to be my free time.
Maybe
okay.
you could
It's
get
okay.
drinks,
Congrats
I
again.
could get food.
That would be a fun time. I want to ask you also real quick, because tomorrow it's going to be RRQ versus FULLSENSE once again. The last time y'all met, it was end of Open 3 when you guys finally got the 2-0 over them. How are things going to go tomorrow?
It's always fun to play against them because we're friends in real life, and it's always like a banter to trash talk and to have fun with them on the server.
Can you give us an example of the kind of trash talk?
Oh, like the admin could
I have no
probably
part
hear
of
us. But it's like confidential, I think.
I think so too. For the sake of everyone, it's a bit of a player secret. Come on, Reirachu. First, you're asking for the map. Now you're asking for player comms. It's okay though.
just keeping things light, But yeah, thank you so much, Aluka. Take time out of the post-match to give us this interview. Of course, good luck tomorrow and good luck for the rest of this week.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I love just hearing from the players in that post match, and we see RRQ versus FULLSENSE so often, and every single time that we ask either of the teams about how they think the matchup will go, they're just we just want to have fun. We're such good friends. It's win or lose, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna trash talk, off camera.
Yeah.
Off camera, maybe a little bit, but yeah, I'm so excited for the rematch tomorrow.
As long as it's within the game and as long as it's nothing too personal, a little bit of banter here and there never hurt anyone. And I feel like FULLSENSE and RRQ, they are a little bit of a spitting image of each other. Again, there were very interesting stats that were brought up by our casters. There's always going to be an overtime, so the familiarity is there. And speaking of familiarity, SMG versus OGX to start off tomorrow.
I mean, tomorrow's upper bracket 2 games, right? Because we got SMG versus OGX to start things off at 5 p.m. And then after that is FULLSENSE versus RRQ. Literally, this could not be more scripted. If we had tried, but I'm so pumped. Elite is just the point in time where these teams want to peak, where they want to do their best. And we've seen a couple of these matchups go either way. So It's gotta be anyone's game tomorrow, man. This is where it counts.
That is definitely something I agree with, and I feel like sometimes it's a bit set in stone because these particular matches, I feel like we've seen them quite a few times now, you know, and there's like, without failure, it's always going to be the SMGOGX to start it off, and then it's always going to be the FULLSENSE versus RRQ game. But either way, it's always so exciting and it's always such a treat, no matter what part of the year we're going to be watching these matches on.
For sure, it's our pleasure to be able to watch along with you guys back home. But to all of you, thank you for joining us for day number 2 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. From Raph and I here on the desk, and your casters from today, Blackenblue and Quack. Today's games went hard, and if you'd like to see more, then join us tomorrow, same place, same time.
Remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back up, back